What up, keep up?
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, we'll see how this goes. I keep trying to, every group I do Neltharis with, I keep trying to convince to, like, not do hunters. Because I feel like that's just how this dungeon goes badly every time.
Targeted. Targeted.
Fuck me, what the hell? Just drop down into this fucking pit.
Targeted. Targeted.
All these Neltharis routes are bad. I don't know. Like, this pull's not good either. I don't know how to get rid of it. But doing 3 fucking thaumaturges together is like... Nobody has enough stops for this. I feel like people need to do a lot more shit in the last boss room. Yeah, I'm like dead here. We just don't have... That pull fucking sucks. Anything in here fucking... Anything with hunters in here fucking sucks. Like, these pulls are just, like, on bolstering fortify, these pulls are just, like, suicide. Yeah, see is these thaumaturge pulls, and nobody's using stops here, I guess. Like, I don't know. I think not having AUG for this kind of sucks. The Rep Paladin can't really do anything to stop this shit.
Targeted.
We can just, like, we can basically just walk out at this point. The timer is too tight in this dungeon. You have to, like, slam all these poles. People are obsessed with mages. I mean, I think there's a good reason people bring mages. They still have an int buff. They still, for this group, they still bring bloodlust. Like, if we don't have a mage in this group, we have no lust. So, for sure, for this comp, you're bringing a mage over a warlock. Even if you had another lust in the group, there's still mage tankiness. Shit like mass barrier is really nice for high keys, and warlock doesn't have any group defensive like that. I mean, it's got health stones, but those, like, I don't know, you get to use that once a fight. I'd rather prevent damage than heal it up afterwards. And then mage just has really good, like, one of the other nice things about mage is it just has really good priority damage. It'll fuck bosses up.
Dodge. AoE. 3, 2, 1. Dodge. AoE. 4. Dodge. 3, 2, 1. AoE. 5. Dodge. 4, 3, 2, 1. AoE. 7. Dodge. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Let's see. We're a minute and a half, or almost 2 minutes behind the Magma Tusk. I think the best I've done in here is a 16 out of time. Like we did a 16 where we were out of time. We're a minute 50 behind, I think, the pace of that. Unless we are able to just absolutely annihilate. Fuck off, Phoenix. Bro, really? Like...
Intruders! Where have you come from?
Jesus fucking Christ, that hurt. Whoever's getting bone tossed. Oop. Bro, that was the Umbral Skull trinket procking on that dude. That's such big value when it hits a guy like that. It just shaves off several million health. Alright, so let's see. In the other run, we had Chargath dead at 1423. We still have one more pull to do. There's no fucking way we have Chargath dead at 1420. Excuse me, at 1423. All right, dude. These pulls in this hallway, like, if there's a way to skip, if you can just run right into this boss room and skip like everything in this hallway and pull everything else in this dungeon, I'm almost down with that. These pulls have like never, ever gone well this week. They're just, every fucking Neltharis we do, I'm just waiting to get to this area to see how many times we die.
Dodge.
These pulls are like psychotic in here.
Dodge. Down.
Flip your wings!
Down.
You're next!
There we go. That's a shitload of trinket procs during his vulnerability phase. Let's go. How much my trinket do? I feel like my trinket just did all this damage right at the very end. Alright, and now we, like, for sure die here. I didn't want to say anything before the dungeon started on this pull, but I can't... There's no way this pull goes well. Yeah, this dungeon is just like... It's like these hunters, you just can't, like, you gotta figure out a route without these hunters in it. Koa, thank you for the resub, babe. 10 months, appreciate it, and thank you for your continued inclusion in the J-Dot, babes. Good morning, Timberwolves with the dub last night. Yeah, very impressive, actually. I was, having, Anthony Edwards ball the fuck out at Denver, which is hard to do because they're a mile in the fucking air. So you gotta have good conditioning for that. But yeah, I think at halftime, I think I remember looking at halftime, I think the Wolves as a team were like, what was it? They were like 17 of 44 as a team or something, and Anthony Edwards by himself was like 10 of 17 or something. So like the rest of his team was shooting like 23%. Like he was shooting like 60% or something from the floor, and the rest of his team was shooting like 20%, and they were still somehow within like 6 points. Yeah, I'm trying to think, like, what... If I was going to make a Neltharis route in here this week, what would it look like? We would do, like, this into... I don't know if you need to pull this shit. What's over here? So there's, what, 2 thaumaturges in this pull? You never want to pull more than... Maybe you pull this into this, honestly. There's like nothing else going on this pull. I would maybe try like this. You need to be good about stops here because you're going to have 2 thaumaturges now that can empower the elementals. You never did this in the past, I think, because thaumaturges mixed with elementals get spicy, because if the thaumaturge gets his molten core cast off, it hurts like a motherfucker. So, and people a lot of times want to drag this into boss. So you basically just burn this thaumaturge down and then drag the remainder of it, of this pack, onto boss. But I think you can navigate a double thaumaturge pull fairly consistently. But the problem is, that was the second dungeon I've done this week where, in order to find count, somebody did this pull right here. And the problem is you put 3 fucking thaumaturges in this pull, and you just can't. I'm not even sure if you had pristine group stops that you would be able to get everything on this pull. Like, even if you were really good about calling out stops and kicks and shit, I'm not sure that you can get 3 thaumaturges with most group comps. But on a pug with no comms, there's no fucking way you're stopping 3 thaumaturges from going off. And then you just got to pray that whoever's getting the conflagration has good defensives. So I think if you can do 2 thaumaturges per pull, you're still in decent shape. Then let's see. So we kill Magma Tusk. I guess you could, like, we'll say you can drag him into this pull when, like, maybe kill the 2 thaumaturges, whatever's left, go with him. And we jump down. We do this. Kill the trainees. Kill these 2 trainees. Grab this hunter, I think. Eventually, I think you got to kill. The problem is there's these 2 fucking hunters that walk into the room. And then, so you got to kill them eventually, I think. Although, frankly, if somebody told me that there's a way to do this boss without pulling these 2 hunters, if you, like, just carry the boss on this side of the room or something, I would be, I'd be open to listening to that. But this is where I don't really know what to do in here, because I think this is more or less fun. Like, grabbing as many phoenixes as you want, cool. Grabbing a trainee, they're free. Bone tenders are basically fine until they get bolstered and they start bone tossing, and then that can get a little sketchy, but for the most part, it's whatever. Lahar's a joke. And if you bring 1 hunter in, I think you can manage 1 hunter pretty well, especially if you have, like, an AUG in the group. They can you can usually, like, pop defensives on the first hunter, and then if he starts getting rowdy at the end, you can, like, dispel a bleed. The hunters pull you, blah, blah. I don't know. I've literally never experimented with what can happen with these hunters down here. You've just always pulled them and killed them. But this right here is the part of this dungeon where I don't really know what to do, because it's kind of hard to set this pull up without accidentally bringing him. If you try to use these chains, it's hard to not pull this guy. He's so close to the pack that if anybody accidentally scoots their butt in this direction during this pull, they're probably going to grab him. The rest of this, like, double bone tender, double trainees, whatever, but then you bring in 2 hunters and it just gets a little weird. And if there was a way to, like, skip past this, because I think the rest of the dungeon, if you go, like, this, what is this? 1 hunter. How many hunters are over here? 1 hunter. So if you go like this, and then like this, and then we go up the stairs and we pull this. What's over here? What the fuck do bone splitters do? How much count do you give? 5? Yeah. Fuck off. Okay, way too many bone splitters here to try to play all these. There's like infinity dragon bone axes going off if you try to, like, double pull this here, and the flares. Yeah, there's way too many stops in this group. I do think a lot of groups have been skipping the Iron Torch Commander, and I don't think that's... A lot of groups, what they want to do is they want to tag these 2 lava bears and they want to jump down, which I think is fine. You tag these 2, you jump down off the side of this platform, and you land down here. And then you drag it in with this, which is, I think, fine. But at some point, I think playing the Iron Torch Commander makes sense, because he gives so much... he gives so much count. He's worth... This commander by himself is worth... Like, a lot of groups will pull... like this and this. And then like this and this and this. And this pull right here is worth 21. He's worth 30 by himself. This pull down here is worth 37. This one commander is worth almost this entire pull. So getting him in somewhere, I think is good count. He does have a shitload of HP, but let me see here. What level are we dealing with? 16, for instance. It says he has 56 million HP, which is a lot of HP. But if you drag him, like I think we were doing a pull. I don't know if it's a good pull or not. I've seen kind of two different ways to attack this area. One, the pull I was doing with my team earlier this week, we dragged the lava bears in on commander and chained like one pack of lava flares in on pull, and then when they died, we chained in the second two lava flares as like the commander was dying, and then finish up this pull and then go down here. But then I've seen other groups skip the commander completely, come down here, do some kind of pull here, do the boss, and then just skip this guy and then bring the lava bears down. I'm not sure which of those I think is the faster play. But let's see. It's not really what I'm interested in. What I'm interested in is what does it take count-wise to like ditch most of the hunters in this area if you wanted to. Like I'd even potentially be like, I wonder if there's a way. Can you just fucking skip this dude? I don't even want to play this dickhead right here. But you have to like invis pot him or like tag him and drag him out and invis him, and that seems like a lot of fucking work. I wonder, this is one of those things where like you have to, sometimes you have to grit your teeth and do some of this shit. It sucks, but it just the way around it takes too long. But I wonder if there's a way if like I could stealth past it with, if I had like stealth past it with Wernstone and then the AUG ported to me and then fucking, is there a way we could set this up faster? It'd be really chill if we could. Oh, what? Okay, anyway, I'm still fixating on the wrong part of this dungeon. Okay, so what does it take to? Okay, so then we kill boss and then come back up here, and if we go, we'll say we do this pull here where we grab these two and drag them into this, and then we take these guys here. What do we need on boss? We grab like, this is where I don't know. I've just like never really pulled this area, so I don't even know how deadly this is. Like I'm guessing 2 Lavamancers at the same time is not great. I don't know what all's linked in here. I do remember there were groups at the end of season 2. I remember there were groups fucking around with pulling like everything in this room back here. Like if you did like, I don't know if you can pull this shit without pulling the boss or without pulling the second Lavamancer, and I don't even know if you can pull second Lavamancer and if it's fine. Like they do the shit where they get the shield and start summoning ads. You have to break the shield and kick them. But you can skip a lot of fucking hunters if you just commit to pulling like this area back here. Like if you could pull this warden in. Something like this. I don't know. So what does this leave us with? This gets us. It gets us 1 hunter pull here, and the thing is, I haven't pulled any of this shit right here. And at some point, I feel like you have to do these 2 hunters. I don't think it's possible to not do these 2 hunters. You know what? Let me see if I can. I'm gonna just walk into a normal. I'm gonna walk into a normal Neltheris and just stealth to that boss and see what's up. Can Tome of Unstable Power drop for healers? Yeah. Tome of Unstable Power is a really weird trinket because they reworked it completely. It started off, I don't know if you guys remember the original version of this trinket. It was interesting, but it required way too much fucking work for it to ever be usable. The original version of it was sort of like Rune of Power for Mage, but for the group. So you would drop every 3 minutes, you would drop a circle on the ground. It wasn't a very big one. It was maybe like a 5-yard radius, if even that. You drop a circle on the ground, and anybody from your group that was standing in the circle would gain a big chunk of primary stat, and they would lose crit. So there was like a bit of a trade-off. Your primary stat goes up, your crit goes down. But it was a lot more primary stat than it was crit. Like, you gained a lot more primary stat than you lost crit. And then it lasted for like 15 seconds or something. So the idea was kind of that you created a rune of power for your group, and anybody standing in it would hit harder for the duration of it. The problem was that in theory that's kind of cool. In practice, trying to line up a 3-minute trinket for your whole group, like, people had to if you were going to get like good value out of it, you had to have people like line up their CDs. How the fuck does everything in here see fucking stealth, man? Are you fucking kidding me? This dungeon is so fucking annoying.
Neltheris belongs to the Kalashi now.
I don't even know what the fuck I'm gonna do right now. I used Meld to get here. Alright, so when you walk in here, you trigger these 2 hunters. Can I jump down here? You can. Okay, so you can jump down here, but these 2 dudes, there's like no way you're pulling this boss without pulling these 2 hunters. That's just like not happening. These 2 dudes are posted up in the middle of the room. Alright, well that answers that. Is there any way... I wonder if there's like spots in this room where you can stand to bait the hunters. Normally this is the kind of shit, this kind of try-hard shit, it's just not worth it. Because by the time you get all of this like sorted out in a room, you've wasted so much time doing it that is just like, nah man, fuck it, just pop CDs and go. All right, I'm gonna see if I can just survive long. What's a CD? I'm just like walking around tagging more trash. I'm so bad at this. What's the CD on my Meld? It's up in 26. All right, we'll just run around in a circle. There's got to be like something in here that you can stand on to just like avoid these hunters or something. I don't know, man. There's got to be something in here. All right, we got Meld back. Now I need to not have a bleed on me. All right, can I LOS this? Let's go like here. All right. Now I gotta make sure Lahar doesn't fucking walk over the top of me. All right, so... Sorry. Anyway, let me finish the thought about the trinket. So the trinket was originally like a rune of power for your group. They reworked it coming into this season, and they made it what it is now, which is clearly not a healer trinket. But I don't think they actually updated any of the tags on that trinket. So the original version of that trinket was like what you might consider a healer trinket. It was like a support thing. You drop it on the floor. Everybody gets some juice from it. For sure, you could consider that a healer trinket. Now it's absolutely not one, but I don't think they actually like changed any of the underlying flags on the trinket, so it still drops for healers, even though in no shape or form is that a healer trinket anymore. If you vortex him, you just get hit faster than without the vortex. Yeah, but I wonder if there's a way that you can make it so that they literally can't jump to you. Is the thing. Not that they try to jump and just don't move or whatever. But I wonder if there's a spot you can stand where they just can't jump to you. Like some point. And that's the problem is Blizzard, I feel like, has been trying harder and harder each successive expansion to provide fewer and fewer vectors in each room to be something like that. I feel like they have gone out of their way to just build like invisible walls and shit to make it so that there's like nowhere to stand in a room that's off the floor. Like, can I get up on top of this kind of shit? Okay, I can get up here. Is there a spot? Yeah, see, like, this looks like something you could jump on, the side of this wall, but it's not. Like, it's all kind of zoned off. Like, if you could get up here, that feels like the kind of spot where you could maybe cancel a cast, but I don't think it's possible to get up there. I think it's, looks like there's maybe an invisible wall around the edge of this room. Can you get up on this thingy? Come on, man. Just let me break your shitty fucking mobs. Let's see. Can we get up here? What about this little fucking bone here? Alright, where's a, is there any better spot than this? Maybe this, like, torch over here? Can we get up here? I don't suppose I can, like, climb up this fucking thing, can I? Yeah. Okay. It's, gotta... How are we gonna do this? It's gonna be... This is one of those strategies where even if this works, I'm not sure you could consistently... How the fuck do I land on this torch? God damn it, I was up there and then I tried to fucking adjust myself and I fell off. Alright. This seems maybe promising. Let's try to get a little more on the... God! Okay, dude, I get it. Like, if I try to fucking adjust at all, I fall off. I fucking get it. At least I feel like I can consistently get up here. What if I S-key backwards? Okay, that's better. Alright, where's a hunter? Come here, Mr. Hunter. Alright, he's doing the slow walk to me. That's good. That's promising. Fuck! Alright, what's the range of these hunters? What's that shit called? Combat log. What happened to me? What was that shit called? Bold ambush. Alright. Alright, bold ambush. What's the range on you? 45-yard range. Okay. the fuck is all this? Wait. It says jump charge a radius of 2 yards. Can I dodge this? Like, can I run out of it? If I tag a hunter, is it possible to... Hold on, what's over here? But fuck you, Lahar!
Where have you come from? Now Valrus belongs to the Kalashi now.
The fuck? Yo, can I dodge this bleed if I just run really fast? Nope. At least I don't think so. I gotta run really fast if I do that. Alright, what if I drag you guys out here? What happens if I'm, like, down here when you jump at me? Hunter, do your shit. How fucking far can you jump? God damn, you've got some fucking quads on you, man. Alright. What if I jump down here? What about now, hunters? Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, I fucking get it, man. There's gotta be something you can do with these guys. If you're LOS of them, can they still jump to you? Do they try to jump to you? Okay, they can't jump to you if they're not in LOS. I have no idea what to do with that information. I don't think that's actually useful at all. Unless you could... LOS when the cast's going off? Nah, that's one of those things where, like, that's probably too much work for this pull. It's got to be something where you the jumps are happening too frequently and there's not good spaces for LOS down here. Also, I don't think it'll cancel his cast. I think it'll just... He's not a casted thing, he just does it when it's available. So as soon as you walk into LOS, he'll just jump on you. But I wonder if there's a way you can do these guys like you did Juggernauts in Atal, where if one person stands, like, out of line of sight of the hunters, they still try to jump on that person, but they can't. And everybody else can stand in line of sight. Problem is I need another person in here to test this with me, and this is probably, like, way too sweaty for this kind of shit. These guys can't be CC'd, can they? Oh, wait, they can. What happens happens if your jump's available and you... Alright, now, do you just sit there ready to cast it until... You're going to cast your Blinding Spear, right? Okay, what happens if I break this? Do you jump as soon as the CC's broken? No, you don't. Now you jump. Okay. But... if I just keep fucking... spam rooting you, what happens? I'm gonna kill you. You're annoying me. Do you just try to leap as soon as you can? I wish this, I can't hit him to break the root repeatedly because it's gonna kill him. I wish this root didn't last as long. I just want to see if I just sit here and fucking spam root on this dude, will he never cast? It looks like there's like a period of time between when he becomes unrooted and when he actually casts his shit. And let me see here. Does he jump immediately coming out of it? No. Can I just fucking root the shit out of you over and over and over again on a pull and you never jump? Like, the fact that he doesn't jump at me immediately after coming out of roots there is what gives me some hope that this could work. Normally, if a mob has a spell queued on root like that, as soon as the root breaks, they're sending it. This dude does not jump instantly. And the problem with if a mob sends something immediately after root breaks is even if you're spamming root, if the mob's being constantly damaged, even if you're just sitting there spamming root, he will, in that short window between when the root breaks and when you recast the root, like, you'll cast the root, it'll go up, you'll start recasting root, it'll get broken by damage, and before you can even land the new root, he will hit you with the spell. But this dude at least has a couple seconds between roots, or between when the root breaks, where he doesn't immediately send his leap. And like right there, I'm trying to test to see how long. I think it actually cancels his cast. I think what's going to happen here, the problem is I can't see how long it is until his next attempted cast. Will root stop the hit if he's midair? No, if you like vortex this guy when he's trying to jump, he'll still apply the bleed. But I'm beginning to think here that he might get his spellcast canceled by root. How long does it take for him to jump again? Like, look at that. Like, that's at least long. I don't know what the spell timer is for Bold Ambush. Hang on, we're going to look this up on Wowhead, see if it's here. Does it say what Bold Ambush's CD is? I don't think so. I bet it says on the weak aura, but on the spell, on the nameplate, weak aura, but I have to be out of combat to open that up. But see, this, like, he's running around there. Like, now he finally leaps. Okay, what's the spell timer of that? What is that, like 15 seconds or some shit? Let's see, when does he cast it? It's going off right. 4:38. Okay, so when does he cast it? So we were at 4:38 combat time. And he casts again at 4:50. 3, yeah, it's like a 15-second timer. All right, so what I want to see then is if I reroute, what we're going to try is I'm going to try rooting you now, and I'm going to wait until just after that spellcast goes off, or should go off. Okay, it should have gone off right there. Now I'm going to break the root by rooting a bird, and then see what he does. Does he sit here for a full 15 seconds before he sends it again? And then what if we root here again? The problem is I can't tell, because the nameplate thing doesn't, because he doesn't cast it again, it doesn't put it back on CDs, so it's tough to tell. Can you even use it? Most pulls are 2 to 300s. Well, that's just it. You would you would not pull 2 to 300s. Like that would be the thing, is you would just keep doing pulls where you pull 100 at a time and you just keep rooting him. But the thing is, what this leads me to believe is maybe you can even not, this may just not even be a root angle. This might be a, do I have a roar? No, I don't. I wonder if you can just stop all of his casts with CCs. Like, just wait until he's supposed to cast it. Do I have any other fucking CC that I can use on him? I don't think I do. Fucking Spec Typhoon. What if I Typhoon your ass now? No. Alright, I need to get out of combat. And we need to respec. Gotta wait for Typhoon to come off CD. What we gotta find out now is if it's possible to just CC this dickhead on his cast, and if you can just like stun him or root AoE root or something every time he's about to send his spear. The problem will become that you can tell when his bleed's about to go off the first time, but then after that the nameplate timer is just going to keep showing as queued up, and I won't know when the short of like hand timing it, I won't know when his next spear is supposed to go off. So it's, I don't know why I call it spear. It's not spear, it's ambush. I won't know when his next ambush is supposed to go off, because it'll just keep showing as being ready. So I would almost have to like look at the combat timer of when he's going to cast it and then just count 15. Okay, so I have roar ready now, right? Or no, I don't. I need to spec. Okay, so we take roar. Now, oh, also what I'm going to check is, can I wild charge stop it with bear form charge? Because if we can do this, bear form is a 15-second CD. So this the wild charge is 15-second CD. So it will actually be perfectly synced up. This will be an easy way for me to tell when it's time to use it, because it'll just be the cooldown of my wild charge. So let's pull you. You ambush me now. Okay. And then I'm going to root you. Okay. No, what we'll do is, I'm gonna move this, and then we root you. Okay. Now the problem is I have to get distance on him to wild charge again. I have to be out of the dead zone. Fuck. Come on, dude. God damn, this is actually really hard to do because he's fast as fuck. Fuck you, dickhead. Why are you so fucking quick with it? Okay. So, we'll wild charge like this. And then we bait him around for a bit. And now I should know when it's time to do it again, because it's just on the cooldown of my wild charge. So we wild charge again. There goes his binding spear. Nope. Okay. Did he spell Q? I wonder if he spell queued. I wonder if he wasn't trying to cast his ambush because he was casting his spear. Okay, I'm gonna try roaring him there. Does that? No. Okay, he cast. Okay, so roar did not stop him from. He has to be able to cast it, but prevented from cast. Like, he has to be in control of himself. Okay, so like this should stop him from casting it. But the weird part was, fuck, these trinkets are gonna kill him. Oh, okay, we actually dodged it. Okay, now he's gonna try to do that, and now he charge him again. And this should prevent him from, fuck, my adaptive swarm is killing him. Okay, now he should try to cast again and fail. Now he's gonna spear. Okay. Why do I have these timers just stuck on my screen permanently? Okay, so we have the foundation of some tech here. Doesn't this look like he always cues spear throw and a jump, in which case you can root on the spear cast timer? No, I think the spear cast is longer than the... Like, I don't think it'll be up every time. But maybe. Maybe you could root him, wait for his spear cast to go, and then root him off the spear cast. The problem is, it's, this environment we're working in right here is not the full speed environment, because on a real pull he's going to be getting his ass beat and his root's going to keep getting broken, so he won't be like permanently rooted. You'll need to actually have the root on him to stop some stuff. But what I'm trying to think about now is, so I feel like this is one of these deals where if you only have a single hunter in a pull, you can probably manage him like this. You can probably finesse his ass with root spam. 2 hunters becomes a different story. Then the question is, can you... If we were going to do 2 hunters here, could you root 1 hunter on pull and just leave him fucked off? And then, like, bring him in on boss? Could you do a hunter with the boss if you can stop his casts? Like, if a hunter's not ambushing you, if you're able to stop all of his ambushes, he doesn't really do anything else. He casts a spear, you just gotta move. But then the question is it tenable to keep a hunter in on the boss fight and stop all of his spear, stop all of his ambush casts? Would I actually be able to do that mid-boss? Doing it on phase 1 of the boss before the intermission would probably be pretty easy to do. Doing it when Chargath is swinging his dick around during the intermission, probably a bit harder. Question is, how are you going to convince people to keep one single mob out of the pool? Oh, I mean, this is all of this assumes I'm with my group, not a pug. This all assumes what's our sweaty route going to be. Because otherwise, I feel like I said, you can design most of the rest of the pulls in this dungeon to just be 1 hunter, and then that can just be my job. Like, this pull right here, for instance, is... If you're not having to worry about this hunter, this pull is like there's really not much going on here. If he's not leaping around, if I can just spam root him... that's the thing, I don't even have to spam root him. Like I said, I can... this happens to be the same thing as the War Spears in... It's actually like literally the same thing as the War Spears in Nokud, where if you interrupt their swift stab, the bleed they put on people, if you root them mid, because they charge to a spot. If you root them mid charge, they just stop and then they go back to doing what they were doing. Their swift stab is on a 15-second CD. So there were times in season 1 where if we had a single war spear on a high fortified key and I was like scared of it, I would just wild charge it on CD, and then my wild charge would come up every time the swift stab was ready. So I knew exactly when they were going to swift stab, and I would just charge it every time if we only had one war spear. It was pretty easy to deal with that. So if I take wild charge in this dungeon, I can shut down one dude by just wild charging on CD on him, and then I just know the timer of it. And then that pull becomes any pull where there's only one hunter should then in theory be relatively trivial. The problem is this pull inherently has 2 hunters in it unless you CC one, and then the question is, what do you do with the CC'd hunter when you're done? You could play it, like I said, you could try to play it on boss, but I don't know if that's actually doable. Sleepwalk a G1700 out? Are they not? I feel like these two are probably linked. Like, I feel like even if you sleepwalk one, if you pull the other one, it probably puts that sleepwalked one in combat. Maybe not. I don't know. But yeah, otherwise, if you did like this pull with just this one hunter, and I just keep that guy locked down throughout the pull, then you've got this pull with just the one hunter. Then you've got this pull with just the one hunter. So then the question is simply, what do you do here? Let's see. That's a hunter. That's a hunter. What does a hunter do? Hunter does Bold Ambush, which is an instant cast bleed that fucking rocks you when it hits you and then puts a nasty dot on you as well. So the problem is to my knowledge, it just randomly selects a non-tank in the group to cast it on. I don't know that there's any way to bait it other than, I guess, to be like the only person in like range of it or line of sight of it. I don't think, like when you do we were talking about the war spears in Nokud or similar, where they do a nasty bleed and they charge at somebody. You can bait those because they just jump at whoever's furthest away. So you just have one person stand out, and then that person is going to be getting all of the swift stabs. Everybody else can just focus on DPSing. These dudes don't appear to have to my knowledge, any sort of priority system on who they jump to. It's just anybody that's not the tank, they can jump on you and fuck you up. So the problem is it's hard to predict who's going to be getting it. If you knew ahead of time who was getting the bleed, you could like start rolling hots on them and be prepared to slam a bunch of healing into them. But on these pulls, it just ends up being someone randomly getting it. And if you're not already sort of in a position to start healing them immediately, then it's really hard to catch back up. You could also stun. Yeah, there's been other mobs where if you just had them hard CC'd when their spell queue came up, they would like attempt to cast it while CC'd. It would put the spell on CD and they'd go back to doing whatever they were doing. So as long as you just timed it, you could like Chaos Nova or leg sweep them or something and just prevent the cast, and then that was that. But these guys will queue it up, and if they're hard CC'd when the spell queue is up, they'll just wait until they're out of CC and then immediately use it. But it does appear, like I said, that if they are rooted, when they try to use it, it will put it on CD. And then you have 15 seconds of immunity from it. The problem is simply that trying to do this with more than one. Really, what would be nice is if we could get some kind of a game plan whereby you could pull multiple hunters. Because if you could neutralize hunters, if there was a way to consistently prevent them from casting Bold Ambush, and you could pull a bunch of them, then all of a sudden these pulls would be very free. If you never had to worry about hunters ambushing you, then you could start doing these chain pulls and just blowing them up. The problem is, I don't think there's a very, like, my first thought was, is there a way I could use like mass route, for instance? Could I mass route the mobs? Could we synchronize all of their bold ambushes in a way that I could just mass route? But the problem is mass route's a 30-second CD, so I could cover every other ambush, but then we got to have a plan for how to stop the ambush in between those. And it would assume that my mass route was going to hit every one of the hunters' ambushes, which on a pull where you're pulling 3 or 4 hunters seems unlikely. It seems like one of them will be desynced. So I think more likely this tech will simply be for how to lock one hunter down on a pull, and then you just try to figure out how to only pull one hunter at a time. All right, well, hang on. Let me go brush my teeth real quick, and then we may try to jump back into another Neltheris with a pug. I just kind of want to see if this is even feasible to do in the middle of a pull. I believe it's, if you are not dealing with the ambushes, I believe the rest of these pulls in here are relatively chill. It's only really the Bone Tender Bone Toss, which unless they're Giga bolstered is not deadly at all. This thing doesn't hurt unless they have like 4 bolster stacks on them. And then the trainees are mostly a tank thing. Like these guys just pound on the tank. And most of the harsh shit can be stopped or dispelled. So I think if you can shut down the Bold Ambush, it's just dodging the spears and living the Bone Toss, kicking the Mending Clay, and DPSing. And so if you only have 100 at a time and I can root all of their ambushes, I don't think there's a lot else to do on the pull. I think the pull is then pretty free, but I kind of want to test that out and see if, in fact, I am misremembering how these pulls go, and in fact, it's a lot more chaotic than that and a lot harder to stop the hunters than I'm envisioning. But it'll be hard to get into a group where, well, maybe not hard, but it'll mean I need to get into a group where they just pull 100 at a time for this route and let me fuck around with that. So anyway, one sec. Okay. What embellishments am I going for? Well, first we craft the fur coat, and then second, I'm not sure. I've been playing around with blue silk and lining this week, and I feel like I'm maybe leaning towards that as my second embellishment. Oh, is this it? A 17 Neltheris. This is the fucking one. It's staring me right in the fucking eyeball right here. Alright. We have to let them know that we have the tech. Okay, I've been cooking in here. Is there a list of roots here? What do we have? Does this count as utility? Shit that roots you? Is mass entangle in here? Mass entangle's on here. Okay, so what else might count as a root? Maybe there's a totem that roots you? I'll bet there's a totem of some kind that does a root, yeah? Earth grab totem, maybe? I didn't just make that up, right? That's a thing? How often does Earth grab totem... Let's go to Wowhead. Talent calculator, shaman. Earth grab totem, where are you? Pulses every 2 seconds, 30-second CD. So it's a 30-second CD, pulses every 6 seconds, or excuse me, every 2 seconds for 8 seconds, rooting all enemies within 8 yards. Well, something to keep in mind, but probably not. Probably not bringing a shaman for that. Okay, let's see what the DH suggested. Okay. What is that? Drop hunter. All right, what would I do with this route? If I was gonna, okay, so I would do like this, 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 and then we got to come up with. Wait, that's actually still count. What the fuck? That's just like extra count that we didn't need. Interesting. Okay, so like that. Okay, that. Everything else in here is saying, whoa. I don't know about that shit. I guess maybe. I don't know, man. Is that all actually at once? There's so many flares. They cast way less now. I do have to keep that in mind. Now that your CC actually like puts their casts on timer, used to be they just keep spamming their cast if you didn't hard interrupt it, but now I think it actually gets put on a timer. Right, there's already triple thaumaturs on this pool. Fuck. That's quadruple thaumaturs. on the original. Well, yeah, trying to go 4 thermometers. Somebody's just going to eat those over and over and over. There's no way we have enough stops for all that shit. Okay. Alright, let's see this route. So we're talking, we're gonna sleepwalk this dude. we're gonna sleepwalk this hunter, skip it, run through here. We're talking as a group. If the timer's good, we'll do this in 2 pulls. If the timer's tight after second boss, we're just gonna go all in one here. And where did we make up the count? Oh, we're grabbing this fucking hunter. God damn it. Dude, I don't know why everybody just wants to grab more hunters all the time. So like I'd rather like go like warden on the boss. I'd rather just like take warden on the last boss or some shit. Even 2 wardens probably.
Hello?
Yo.
Hello.
Hello, JB.
Yo, what do the wardens in the last boss room, do they do anything?
No, I don't think so. Why?
They do the same thing as the first ones, no?
Like that's just tank shit, right?
Hello.
Like I think it's just
Yeah, I think it's just the frontal, I think.
Is it possible that we drop that hunter from group 5 and just pull a warden in on last boss?
If we pull a warden, I think we have a lavamancer also, but it's not a wipe issue or something like that. Sure, why not?
I just, dude, like adding more hunters into this, it just feels like that's always where this dungeon goes to shit. Just every time we get into the hallway going into Chargath, it just feels like a hunter kills someone and then everything just starts going bad after that.
Okay, something like that, like this. I share in group.
Yeah, if that works, maybe like you said, maybe we get a lavamancer. I don't know if that comes in, but yeah, I feel like if we could cut as many hunters as possible and just do other shit.
Should be fine for me. But you know, warden just doing frontal and the tank slash, blazing slash, I mean, and should be fine. I think we can pump it with last boss, kill it.
Also, if we're skipping Hunter 10 after second boss, I feel like doing all of that in one pull afterwards is probably a lot more doable. If there's only like one hunter to worry about.
You know, if we want to time it really, we need because we don't have a mage CCs, and I don't have a good info about the Death Knight CCs. I think we need to play pull 6 and 7 to save more time. Because if we want to pull 5 ads, kill another 5 ads, I'm pretty sure we can time it.
Yeah, if we're skipping Hunter 10, I have a lot less of a problem doing both those pulls together.
Yeah. We can sleepwalk and just move.
Death Knight CC, by the way, it's basically like mage, except the blast wave. I have like DB, and that's it. And then single grips.
Dude, the weak ore, the CC weak ore doesn't even have fucking Death Knight shit in
By the
here.
way, JB, I think before first boss you can play Boomy, because our healer play Boomy before first boss.
All right.
Yeah, then before I pull the ads, you can just retalent, just taunt one of the ads, die, retalent, and come inside.
Do I have all my shit the way I want it? I think so. Is Rashok Drink Abyss? No, but mine is Mythic with Avoidance on it. So we're going to play it till we get something better. What the fuck is this song?
What's your CC name? This night?
I typed it in the chat. It's called Blinding Sleet.
Yeah, I got it. And another one?
Just Death Grip. Like it's
Yeah.
a single stop.
Okay. Extra ball.
No, Blinding Sleet is in here. Why isn't it showing up?
Okay, let's play.
207167. Is that not?
That's ready check.
Five, four, three, two, one.
Fuck, I didn't pre-incarn. God damn it. I was busy looking at fucking talents.
Roar. I will interrupt first on blue. My stun. DK, you will CC next.
Sure.
Time on
You got the ward.
damage. That will do. Okay, okay. Can you roar next, Jay?
I'm dead.
Okay. I put my sigil.
Jesus.
DK next, please. Time on fear.
Nah, no way.
My stun on next one.
Targeted.
Okay, I got it. Typhon next. Yes, script please. For next. Then JB can roar. Okay, roar next. Deal with the script. Evoker your CC for next. Knock up or knockback, doesn't matter which one.
He's dead. I'll CC.
Okay, your CC then.
Targeted.
I put my sigil chain. Typhon next. Typhon. Okay, JB roar first. My stun. DK next CC.
Targeted.
Evoker next CC.
Targeted.
I got it. Evoker next steal. JB, please use your Typhon for next. Oh, Evoker, I think you'll lose it because you need to just use your CC after it's cast, not before. But roar next. Just let the cast apply, then you can use your CC. Roar. Thank you. We don't have a CC for now. Just kill a moon, then we don't need a CC.
بیل چه ندن پکیج
بیل دادن نمیدونم بیل چی بود.
نه پیمان مرد موقعی که دادم.
Okay, DK first interrupt on blue, second interrupt for Evoker, second interrupt on blue. JB, I think you can die right now because we want to chain it to the boss.
Alright.
Okay. DK, you need to take the CCs also in Tom Torch.
Yeah, I got them.
Let the Tom Torch to kill JB.
And right on my incarn, dude.
Okay. Next on blue for Evoker. I mean interrupt.
Joradin continue to threaten our position here.
هلو
The Black Dragonflight
Hello,
welcomes you
Saga.
help in repelling these attackers.
بقاتون فقط برای ما میره دیگه آره
Though I have been perhaps
چیزش خوابم میبرد یه دفعه بهم پیام دادن
Fear
یه
next.
کوچ برات اومده تو دانجنین سج سوری
I will CC next. Okay,
Bezo now.
interrupt with Evoker. I will CC. Okay, Evoker take both of them. CC and interrupt. Okay, good.
پول یک میدونی چجوری مردی
Interrupt,
پیمان؟
interrupt.
Targeted.
Now we need to kill elemental. Fuck.
شروع مردم
I think it's pretty much GG,
Yeah, this
isn't it?
timer is
Yeah,
done.
we lose
Yeah, yeah.
so much time to random this.
I don't know what happened on the first pull though. Like JB died from aggro and then I just got slapped insta
I
or something.
think it's the priest dots and he used a fade and I don't know.
نه
But I need
این
to see.
کچله آسیبای تدریجی انداخته بود رو انمیا.
Someone
گرفت
just
بعد
got the ads and I was been
الف
out of
شب
the
زد.
Sorry, it's the what?
someone got the ads and I pulled them with the throw glaives, you know. I need to just throw glaives when we don't have healer. I need to just
No,
pull
that
them
I know.
fast. Yeah, I can't take treat. I can't wait and take treat, you know. GG's. Sorry for you.
Yeah. Nah, it's fine. Alright, see ya.
See ya, bye bye.
Yep. All right, well. Every time I've gone boomkin in here, these first pulls are messy as fuck. That look brutal. Well, it's definitely it was one of those things where I would have gotten a lot more vocal about having threat, but I didn't think it was going to be. I thought it was just going to take care of itself. Like I got threat on the ad, and I was like, ah, fuck, I got threat. I guess I'll meld, and then I melded, and I was like, okay, well that'll take care of that. And then I got back out of, and I wasn't even like pumping up. I did like, it was I didn't even have like pre-incarn. It was just me and like Boomkin just like running in, you know, Moonfire, Sunfire. I hadn't even popped CDs yet. We just had like the fires out. and then the mob was like beating my ass, and I was like, okay, whatever, I'll meld. And I melded. And then it went back to beating my ass, and I was like, okay. And then like everything got grouped up, and I was like, okay, well now the mob will get taken care of. Nope, just beat my ass to death. Actually, don't know how long I had threat on that thing before I died. It was where was the yeah, I got meleeed by this thing 9 seconds before that. I got meleeed. Then I think I got a conflagration on me. I think I melded. Got back out. And then died. Like, I think from the point where I first got meleeed to where I died, there was 9 seconds. Which is actually a lot longer than I was expecting. I figured it's one of those things where in your mind, everything always seems like it's a lot longer. Like, there's times where something like the time between two events was like 3 seconds, but in your mind it felt like 10. So you're like, bro, I had that thing for like 10 seconds. Then you look and it was actually 3.2 seconds. And you're like, okay, well, yeah, I guess maybe 3.2 seconds feels like 10 seconds. But that time I was like, man, I feel like I had that mob forever. I was like, it probably wasn't that long. Probably just felt like a while. But no, it was actually like 9 seconds from the point where it first meleeed to where it meleeed me again and killed me. Well, unfortunate. Dude, I fucking hate Neltheris this week. That key is so fucking cursed. This week and every week. Honestly, that I could see that being a key where I maybe find it less stressful on Tyrannical, just because it feels like the shit that happens on Tyrannical, I'm at least in control of. Like, that's the really frustrating part about Trash. Is the hard part about Trash is coordination. For the bosses, I don't feel like I need to coordinate shit. I just need to play well as a healer. Like, I can put that shit on my shoulders and carry that. You know, on like Magma Tusk and Chargath and Forge Master. Those are fights where I feel like if I just press my CDs well, I can brute force those fights and play through that. But when we do shit like pulling a bunch of Thaumaturges or pulling a bunch of Hunters, now I'm relying on the group to be able to like communicate well and use defensives, and it's relying on other people to be able to make plays, and I don't want to do that. I want to have the responsibility. I want the rest of the key to be chill, and I want the bosses to be the hard part, and I have to play really well on bosses, and I want the trash to be fucking free. Is Rashok still good? It's okay. I wouldn't be using it except that I have it on Mythic and with Avoidance on it. It was not a trinket I was intending to use this season, but sometimes early on in the season, you get some loot that's just better than what you have. As they say in the dating game, he may not be Mr. Right, but he's Mr. Right now. What should you buy with the bronze bullions? I would recommend, unless you already have a mythic weapon, that you buy a mythic weapon. I bought Vakash. You could also buy Dreambinder. Dreambinder's a two-hander instead of a one-hander, so it'll get you more bang for your buck with the bullions, but I think Vakash is the better weapon long-term. Instead of trinket, a weapon point for point on eye level is like way more important than a trinket. You get way more stats from going up in eye level on your weapon than you do going up at eye level on your trinket. Yeah, I never really thought about sleepwalking this hunter. If you can drop this hunter from this pull right here, I feel like it makes this pull way fucking better. Then you basically just have to worry about bone tenders being bolstered as fuck at the end and hitting you with bone toss. But that feels much more manageable. The problem with bringing this shithead in on pull is you just put him in combat instantly and you're worried about the bleeds like from the get-go. You're like trying to run around and grab everything, drag it in, and this guy's already jumping on people putting bleeds. It fucking sucks. If you could skip him, that would be actually pretty chill. Mm-hmm. Let's check BOEs. Dude, the price of BOEs just keeps dropping quickly. It's making me very happy. If all I wanted to do was buy Mythic Shoulders, you could already buy Mythic Shoulders for like 500k. And that's just on my server. If I was looking to buy them anywhere else, Probably get them even cheaper than that. Let's see. There's oh, nice. There's fucking avoidance shoulders. Where are those? There's avoidance shoulders. Mythic avoidance shoulders right now for 1,000,000 gold on a server. First fucking week of these shoulders being available, somebody's selling avoidance shoulders for 1,000,000 gold. I'm about to buy that shit. Where is that? Just catalyze that shit next week. The problem is I want to wait. If it's already 1,000,000 gold, I feel like this shit's going to get even cheaper. Well, I watched Yoda's group try 19 hauls yesterday, and I think Drogo had to touch about 600k HPS for the fight to heal it, and it was very spooky. I think he was for the last he's basically for the last 20 seconds of the fight. Like his mana bar was bottomed the fuck out. I thought they were gonna wipe because I was like, bro, he can't cast any more spells. But I guess it was enough to limp through with clear cast procs and F-flow healing and shit. But that was a 19 fortified. So imagine that shit on Tyrannical. I can't remember if they lusted or not. But on Tyrannical, if you're going higher than that this season, I truly believe at some point you're going to have to be able to summon 650k HPS, if not more, in order to kill that boss. Honestly, third boss hauls is causing me to... That boss by itself is causing me to reevaluate my gearing choices this season. Several of the things I'm doing with my character right now are specifically for that boss and that boss alone. It's part of the reason why I've been dumping haste, trying to pick up other tertiaries, is because I think haste is just going to make you fast on that boss. Like, you'll do good HPS while you have mana, and then you'll gas yourself at the end, and you'll have nothing left. So it's I've been starting to dump some haste from my gear, try to pick up more verse and mastery, try to make my spells get more healing per mana so that you can last longer on that fight. What boss we talking about? Kajin in Halls. What haste percentage am I aiming for roughly then? I don't know. Right now I'm sitting just over the 10% DR. I have put Wafting Devotion on my weapon, so I am getting haste procs now. But I would say my haste at this point will be more of like a feely craft thing, where I'll try to keep it as high as I feel like I need it in order to be able to react to stuff. I noticed there was a key I ran a mastery rune on my weapon instead of a haste one, so I was sitting like literally at the 10% DR. And for most of last season, I was touching the like 20% DR. I was running like 1,500 more haste than that. And you could feel, like, there were times where I could just feel that I wasn't able to respond to stuff in the way that I was used to, in terms of like how quick my GCD was coming up. And I was just like, ugh, fucking come on, man, like cast. And that will probably be what dictates how much haste I run. If I'm getting into keys just feeling like, god damn, I just literally can't cast enough spells to keep people alive, then we probably bump the haste up. But I remember making a similar sort of similar sort of gearing decision back in BFA, where mastery was a lot more important relatively for healing. And I remember running haste mastery through the early part of BFA, and at a certain point I said to myself, you know, is haste really doing that much for my HPS right now, or am I just going Because that was back when there were tyrannical fights where you would, you know, you had like tyrannical Grievous week where legitimately you would yourself on a lot of these bosses. Like, it became, mana became the bottleneck for your ability to do the keys, because you would go halfway through a boss fight. And so I was like, how do I fix this? And then at a certain point, I remember I was like, well, I'm just going to start dropping fucking haste. Like, well, we're just going to play more reverse mastery and just carve out more haste from my gear, because I feel like it's just me faster. Do I play on an E realm? Yeah, I'm on Terran Mill. Should have signed up for this key. God damn it. What key do I have right now? I have an 18 Academy, I think. Yep. What about Feather Trinket? I think there's better options for damage this season. Both of the Azure Vault trinkets, I think, do more damage. Valorlos is doing more damage. Yeah, I think there's superior damage options. Am I from EU? Nope. In fact, that's the reason why I play on EU. If I was from EU, I wouldn't want to be on EU. I play on EU because I want to be able to stream in the morning. Like, I want to have basically 9 to 5 type hours when I stream, so I can spend the evening with my family. And if you try to stream in your home region, nobody plays in the morning. On NA, nobody's online right now. They won't come online for another 2 or 3 hours. And so the whole point of playing on EU is so that I can stream in the morning and actually have people online to play with. Oh, come on. Put some keys up. It's the freaking weekend. There's supposed to be people. Where the fuck do I have this quest, by the way? How are my flight stones looking at the moment? 1,300? Okay. I feel like we're in a pretty good spot with flight stones now. We already have... We're never going to be upgrading our weapons again unless I get a Vakash with leech or avoidance on it, which I don't expect to happen anytime soon. I don't need to ever put points back into my chest, I don't think. My tier will just be however fast I can catalyze shit, probably. So I don't think I'll have to put a lot of points into that quickly. Let's see, 16 Neltheris. Do we sign up for a 16 Neltheris? I would like to see a tank in it first. Oh, there we go. There's the tank. Fuck it, we sign up. Bro, what were you spending your aspects on that you couldn't get your weapon maxed out? This just feels like poor planning. Alright, what sort of a mage is this? We got a fire mage, 514. Okay. Okay. Our keys this morning? Well, we bricked a couple Neltherises in a row. I think I need to move this, I needs to come over here a bit more. Slightly up. What are we taking for Mythic Plus? Mythic Weapon, Vakash or Dreambinder. What's my least favorite key this season? Neltheris is making a good fucking case for that. We are quickly beginning to not enjoy this place.
Though I have been perhaps difficult at times, we've always worked together. I am sure you will continue to support my efforts for the betterment of Azeroth.
Alright, I think this time for Neltheris, I'm gonna play Typhoon. Normally I've tried to avoid Typhoon because I don't like knocking mobs around, but fuck this. Like, letting those, I'm just gonna not take curse removal for last boss. We'll just heal through that shit. It's not that bad anymore. Oh, I have a wild charge. Fuck, I forgot about that. I do not need that at all. Let's, would I rather have curse removal or Ursine Vigor? We'll We'll do one of you just in case I need to absorb a hunter. Dish Nature Swiftness for now? Yeah, so previously I'd been using Nature Swiftness in my Convoke build in order to use Nature Swiftness before you use Convoke in order to apply Nature Swiftness to all the regrowths in your Convoke. It occurred to me at some point in the last few weeks that that is actually griefing myself because when you have Nature Swiftness up, it does not consume clear casting procs when you cast regrowth. And I want to consume clear casting procs during my Convoke in order to proc my 4-piece. So I was like, well, then fuck using Nature Swiftness during Convoke. So I stopped doing that. And then I kind of thought, if I'm not using Nature Swiftness during Convoke, I don't know that I give a shit about having Nature Swiftness. Because it used to be that Nature Swiftness regrowth was a big heal, but honestly, that's like what our 4-piece does every time it goes off now. So it feels a lot less valuable. And other than that, it's basically like using it for instant res or instant root, and I don't really want to spend a talent point for that. Alright, we got a Warlock. Cool. I don't know why people keep doing this dungeon with no fucking Augvoker. This feels like of all the dungeons that you would want an Augvoker, this would be the one. Whatever. Alright, what was I? Just getting ready to do something. What the fuck was it? I was going to... Oh, right. I got notified there's a new details update. Which is sort of annoying, because I just checked... Yep, there is a new fucking details update. What is this? Fixed an issue from Kata. Extended spell cache for Umbral Skull's Fractured Heart. I don't know what the fuck that means, but... I actually downloaded a weak aura this morning that purports to keep track of the damage that your Umbral Skull does in terms of executes. Was anybody playing it in here? I actually forgot that I installed that. Anybody have Umbral Skulls on here? Probably not you. What about in the one run before that? I swear I remember one of the big mobs getting deleted in one of these runs. Not you. Wait, this is from last night. Where's the other one? You. Were you playing it? You were. Okay. Did this weak aura actually keep track of executes? I don't even know how it would show it. TBH. Were you playing it? Yeah, Crystal Sickness. Well, if it is showing it, I don't know how it's showing it. It only counts your own. Ah, okay. Okay, well, let's see what, reloading for details. Let's see what this new details update does. I don't know what extend spell cache for Umbral Skulls means, but maybe it's cool. All right, let's see this route. This is kind of based that he's skipping all these hunters. I don't know how you do this. I don't know how you get around these without pulling them, but I fuck with this. Okay, that's a lot of thaumaturges. I like this though. I like that. That's cool. Okay. If this works, I'm okay with this. We may need to go. This may be too many pulls, but I at least want to see how fast this goes. I like the number of hunters we're pulling here. All right, so what are going to be the... Although I don't know about this shit right here, but I guess we'll at least have... Oops. I guess we'll at least have chains for it or something. All right. Oh, all right. That's right. I was taking wild charge in here to stop the hunters. Well, we'll take it. See if it works. This isn't really an Ursine Vigor dungeon anyway. You got to be doing healing during all the big damage events.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Targeted. Targeted.
Holy shit. That was one thing about when I was watching Yoda's stream last night. It was one thing that stood out to me was how frequently Yoda just gets the fuck out of dodge when things start getting bolstered. It was some very Legion-esque tanking. Anytime a mob got any amount of bolster stacks, Yoda just was like, bye. Also, this dungeon just like shits on tanks, I think. This is the other problem with this dungeon is you can't even assume that your tank's just going to be alive all the time. I just have tanks randomly fall over all the time in these dungeons. Like in Neltheris. And like this is another one of those things where like I don't want to be a negative Nancy, but even by this point in the dungeon, it's like we can just turn around and walk out. Like the fact that we've already taken this long to do the first few pulls, like there's no way we make up the timer in here. If we've already had 5 deaths on a run that we didn't time, Magma Tusk is dead 3 minutes from now. He's not going to die for another probably 4 minutes at least.
Dodge. AoE. 3, 2, 1. Dodge.
No, that's that.
AoE. 4. Dodge. 3, 2, 1. AoE. 5,
It's got a long ass range.
4,
The fuck? Where did I just land?
3,
Oh shit! Is anybody playing Crystal Thingy Dingy in here? To let me see what happened to the trinket?
Been perhaps difficult at times. We've always worked together.
Nope.
I am
Alright.
sure you will continue to support my efforts for the betterment of Azeroth.
15 to 16 looking for a heal. What have I done, Oldemon? Have I done Oldemon at 16? Okay. What do I think is the best embellishment for Resto? The verse chest is gonna be the most impactful one. Then the second one you craft, I don't know, that one doesn't matter as much. You saw the rank 1 guy made toxic boots? Which boots? Expulsion or thorn wrap? Well, when you say toxic, you probably mean thorn, I guess. Made thorn boots? Well, my recommendation would be the fur coat. A level 17 Oldemon. Yeah, I'll sign up for that shit. I remember I tried to do a 17 Oldemon yesterday that ended after the first pull because everybody ran past the first two Geomancers. Nobody stopped the Chain Lightning. They just ripped back-to-back Chain Lightnings into the group, wiped us. And everyone was like, who's supposed to stop that? And everybody else was like, how good is Rashox for Mythic Plus? I mean, it's not crazy. I'm using it because it's got Avoidance on it and it's Mythic. All right, yeah, we're gonna finally bite the bullet here and just use one of the other. I'm sick of opening my bags looking for this shit. Delete that. And what's the best Hearthstone toy that I have? Dominated, Kyrian, Necrolord, Hearthstone of the... Oh, it's got to be the flame one, right? Yeah, for sure. I'm getting kicked out for his pre-made.
You'll find no better in the city.
All right, 16 to 18. Like a G6, like a G6. No, 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 now I'm feeling so fly like a G6. $17 Neltheris, perhaps. Na 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 na. Now I'm feeling so fly like a G6, like a G6, like a G6. All right. Did we sign up for a Neltheris? I don't know. To be honest, I'm getting kind of sick of signing up for Neltherises because it just feels like they're all cursed. This one does at least have an AUG in it, though, unlike the last few that I've tried to do. Yeah, fuck it. That gives me at least confidence that we're putting together a group that makes sense. What do I think about Overgrowth over Spring Blossoms? I mean, what's the use case for Overgrowth? No Lariat? I just don't think Lariat really gives that much stats compared to the alternatives. Like, I was kind of looking at it this patch, and like Blue Silken Lining gives over 1,000 mastery, and Lariat, when it procs, gives like 700 some secondary stat. So Blue Silken Lining is just giving you more stat all the time than Lariat does when it procs. The caveat being that Blue Silken Lining drops when your health is below 90%. But even still, it just seems like the proc from Lariat just isn't that good anymore. It's mastery useless. Well, maybe. I've become a bit of a mastery enjoyer in my old age this season. Party-wide AoE healing through Verdancy as it places another life bloom. But it doesn't give you an extra life bloom, it just moves a life bloom from somebody else. That's one of the biggest issues with Overgrowth, is it doesn't increase the number of life blooms you have out, it'll just move your life bloom from whoever it was on to a new person. Do I think Resto Druid is a good healer for someone new to healing? Yeah. I mean, it's definitely a bit, it's definitely kind of in its own lane among the healers in terms of how it does its healing with heal over time effects. The hots are all pretty straightforward. Is Rashox to play again? No, I just have one that's mythic with avoidance on it. So we're going to use that till we find something superior to it. It's good enough to use it when it's mythic with avoidance on it. Do I have a static I'm pushing big keys with? Sort of. They all had shit gear week 1, so we didn't really push anything week 1. And then this week, the tank was gone for a couple days, and then the warlock was gone over the weekend for Orthodox Easter. So the group exists, but you'll have to take my word for it for the time being. I think we're supposed to play tomorrow. Urban, thank you for the sub, babe. Appreciate it, and welcome to the jdotbabes. How good is the bullion system now? No need to raid for... Yeah, I mean, like... bullions will allow you to buy most of the exclusive stuff from raid. Raiding is still nice for eye level. Like, you can still... you can still get gear from raid. Like, you know, it's obviously helpful to be able to pick up, like, free tier from raid or free off pieces, not have to use a vault on them. But if all you did was Mythic Plus, you could definitely flesh out your gear. I mean, assuming you went and did, like, LFR Awaken to earn bullion, you could have a full max eye level set with all the, like, trinkets and weapons and shit that you want by the end of the season. It'll just take you longer to do it. Is everybody in the dungeon? No. There were people out here to summon and then they left. Haste mastery versus crit for me. Well, even the haste part has started to be examined. I have begun dropping haste out of my gear in an effort to make myself more mana efficient and to make my 4-piece procs. I feel like a lot of my healing right now revolves around good usage of 4-piece procs, and having a lot of mastery and verse makes those things slam. Haste helps you generate more of them, but it doesn't make them heal any harder. I guess maybe you could say it helps him heal harder if you're able to cast more hots with more haste, and then you have more mastery stacks out or something. But yeah, I've started to cut down on the amount of haste I have. Excuse me. And in last season, I played up near the 20% DR cap pretty much the entire season. Now I've cut it down to just above the 10% cap. All right, let's have a look at this route. Okay. Okay. I like this. This actually looks very similar to what we just did. Okay, we're not pulling this, which means we're doing something. Ah, here we go. Okay, I actually fuck with this. We'll see how this works. Yeah, I actually like all of this. Damn, they've even got the chains assigned. Who's using which one? All right, all right, all right. That looks like it's maybe my chain. Wait, wait, wait. So do they drag these from chain to chain or some shit? Or do they go like, grab everything, chain it here, drag it over here, chain again, or some shit? Or what if they drag all this shit over to this chain and use it here? Split the pull, 4 mobs on opener and 2 later. Okay. There's more than... There's more than 6 mobs, though. 4 on pull, 2 later. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I like this, though. I like this route. This is, in my mind, a very good way to play this dungeon this week. We'll see if I may be wrong. Maybe my idea was fucked, but is the end goal for Resto Druid double firing procs? Well, originally my thought was no, because it would leave you with very little haste from your jewelry, but now that I'm beginning to play with less haste, maybe that's not as big of a deal breaker as I was originally intending. But I think you for sure play Broodkeeper's ring. The Aranog ring, I don't know. I'm not in a rush to get it. I'll probably buy it at some point to test it out. But I was not impressed with how much damage it did in Season 1. And maybe it would help. Part of the reason I hated it in Season 1 is because you had to play fucking Flaring Cow. And the... hold on. You had to stand in melee all the time to make it work. What would I buy with bullions and holy priest? I mean, probably the same shit I bought on Druid. Probably the cash, I think. Did I experiment with VI instead of Flourish? I tried it out a few times. I really don't see the value of it. To me, if I'm not playing Flourish on this node, I'm just not playing this node at all. I'd rather put this point somewhere else. I don't think VI is very good for keys. I don't, unless somebody's doing something with it that I'm just not thinking of. Did I say I'm gonna do fire rings? For sure I'm gonna do the Broodmother one. That one's just good to have for stats, even if it didn't have a proc. It's just a high eye level ring with mastery and haste on it, so I would use that one even if it didn't proc the shield. So for sure using that one. Aeronog ring, I'm sure at some point in the season when I've bought everything I want to buy with bullions, I'll probably buy the Aeronog ring and test it out, see how it feels. But the stats on it aren't great, and I was never that impressed with how much damage it did in season 1. You know, it added like a couple % or something to my overall, which, I mean, okay, like, I'm not gonna fuck all my stats up to get 2% more damage from a ring. If you have the Brood ring, is Vikash enough to proc it? So, in theory, yes. I did see a tweet that said that Vikash is currently not proccing those rings. Presumably that is a bug. Because it does do fire damage. It's shadow flame damage, so it's shadow and fire, and it should proc the rings, but I saw a tweet saying it's not currently doing that. And I'm not going to take for granted that something like that will get fixed this season. Because I don't trust Blizzard to fix shit in Season 4. They seem kind of checked out. But in theory, yes, Vikash should proc the rings. Are casters' trinkets still broken in terms of the amount of damage they do? Yep. Buying Brood Ring with second bullion? I'll probably buy a trinket before that ring, unless I just get really lucky with trinkets. But I would probably rather buy something like Icon. Some of it will depend on what... If nobody else in my group is buying like Icon or Chromatic Essence, I'll be a lot less excited about buying something like that. I might buy a ward, depending on whether or not we feel like we need that. So far, my group hasn't really made much noise about feeling like they're going to get one-shot by things. So I haven't felt a burning need to get it. And I have one on normal, so in a pinch, that should still be, like, good enough for the time being. So if there's a trinket that I feel like would be valuable, if everybody else in the group is running one of the group stat trinkets like Icon or Chromatic Essence, or if we feel like we need one-shot protection from ward, I might buy one of those. If I don't feel like there's another trinket that I really need at that point, maybe the ring. But also, I would want to be sure that Vikash is actually proccing that ring before I buy it, because if you're not getting the shield effect from Vikash, then you're basically just buying a high eye level ring, and not in any rush to buy a high eye level ring.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh shit! I meant to link the fucking weak aura thing. It's called Group CDs. Is the name of it on Wago. It's a fairly generic name, but fuck, dude, come on, man. Fuck off entangling. God fucking damn it, man. Trying to get in position to fucking typhoon shit. Fuck. Alright, if he wants to kite, I can probably push them off of him. Like this. There we go. This is why I feel like Boomkin on the first pull has some pretty big value, is because this part of the pull takes for fucking ever. We've been in this pull for like an extra 30 seconds just because these mobs hit like 20% and then everybody runs out of shit and they just live and they fuck the tank up and he has to like kite and it takes forever to finish that pull. If you had your DPS, or if you had a healer playing DPS at that point, I just would have slammed the end of that pull and that would have been that.
Targeted.
Fuck LOS.
Targeted. Targeted.
This.
Targeted.
Okay. Thaumaturge is dead. Can vortex. Oh my god, that's as far away as he can charge. That's gotta be some. This should be an achievement for that.
AoE. 4. Dodge 3. 2. 1.
What happened there? Got meleeed. What the fuck? I wonder if his... Is he running the trinket? I wonder if his trinket procced.
AoE. 5. Dodge 4. 3. 2. 1. AoE. 7. Dodge 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. AoE. 7. Dodge 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. AoE. 7. Dodge 6. 5. 4. 3.
'Yum. Come on, Phoenix. Fuck off. 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 Bro. Bro. Bro, 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 bro. You're fucking killing me, bro.
Intruders! Where have you come from?
Oh god, we got aggro. Oh Jesus. No. Oh, I dodged that somehow. Fuck, this bird's beating my ass. Okay, where's the hunter? God damn it, dude, I missed my fucking wild charge by literally like half of its— No! What is that? Ah! Oh, this is so tilting. I honestly forgot about the fucking... I honestly forgot about trying to do the fucking wild charge shit till like 1 second before the thing was going off because I was so fucking nervous about that bird. Was the problem? I got that bird was pecking my ass on the way in, and I didn't have meld because I used it on boss at the end of the boss to avoid the lava spray, and I was like, oh fuck it, if I run through the pack, I'm sure I'll dump aggro from the bird. But like it was still fucking on me as we went to set up, and I was like, Jesus Christ, if this bird hits me again, I'm probably gonna die. So I was like panicking, trying to get the fuck away from the bird. That's only one hunter, right? I probably don't even need to worry about a one hunter on that fucking pole. I'm probably being too big of a... Probably trying to make this hunter shit work too much. I do want to make a thing for... Where's the... What's the spell ID of a... Or a mob ID for these fuckers? It's 189227... Guess we can delete all this shit because we don't need this anymore. Actually, no reason to get rid of it, I don't think. Don't know if AV Trinket drops in healer spec. The Tome does, yeah. Or at least it does in Rest of Druid. I assume it does for every other healer as well. What's the weak ore again for party frame CDs? Like the stuff that shows up to the left, that's Omni CD. It's an add-on, not a weak ore. Everybody here? No, there is. No. Alright, fuck it, he's on his way. Da, 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 da. Ba-da-da-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Five, four, three, two, one.
Okay, this time I don't fucking get obliterated by the shit on the ground. I got hit by a whole bunch of weird shit last key because I was trying to do way too much. Trying to be way too extra on these poles. Oops. Fuck. I thought my... Dude, I just pushed that guy... God damn it. I thought my fucking vortex was on him.
Targeted.
Okay, well, this is a bit fucking weird. Fuck me, man. I don't know, these... The setup of this pole is, like, taking longer than I'm used to. That second thaumaturge isn't coming in for, like, the first 5 seconds. And I'm used to that being, like, tagged in and dragged in instantly. It makes it a lot harder to stop that thing. When everyone's, like, waiting for it to come in. But also, apparently, I whiffed on my fucking vortex, which is really fucking annoying because I swore I put it on that guy.
Targeted.
This is the other problem switching from Rep Paladin, or switching from AUG to Rep Paladin, is we just have way less group stops.
Targeted. Targeted. Dodge.
Goodbye, elephant.
2. 1. Dodge. AoE. 4. Dodge. 3. 2. 1. AoE. 5. Dodge. 4. 3. 2. 1. AoE. 7. Dodge. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. AoE. 7. Dodge.
No, dude. No, 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 no. Bro, come on, come on, man.
Intruders! Where have you come from? Nelthaurus belongs to the Colossi now.
We're gonna try spamming roots on these guys. God damn it, did I miss? Please, 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 please. Please, please, please. Did we get it? No, dude, it keeps breaking. Literally the fucking second that I'm trying to... Fuck this. I'm being fucking weird as shit trying to make this work right now. Okay, now is where we try to make it work. Okay, I think we got it. I think we stopped it. I think we stopped it. Fuck yeah, dude. Okay, that was actually worth doing. Okay, I have no idea what pull we're doing right now. Oh my god, that hurt. Fuck, dude, he jumped out of his fucking... Okay, wow. Fucking spam this shit on him. Nope. That doesn't work at all, dude. That's so inconsistent. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and bark myself right now. Holy fuck, that bone toss. God damn, that was real.
Dodge. Dodge. Grab.
Flip your wings!
Dance. Dodge. Dodge. Grab.
Flip your wings!
Dance. Dodge. Dodge. Grab.
Flip your wings!
Dance.
Oh. God damn. Okay, dude. I was trying to get the fucking food. I've never done that pull like that before. Where you run back through the other direction. So, did that guy hit me out of stealth? I guess is the question. No, I must have come out to heal first. I don't know. I was a little confused how we were doing that pull, but I see now. I just need to wait to grab food after. I was trying to grab it before. Stupid of me. I'm being very stupid in this dungeon. I'm so tilted from failure in this dungeon that I'm doing all kinds of weird shit in here that I don't need to be doing at all because it's just like we just deplete every other fucking time.
2, 1. AoE. Drop. Three, two, one. AoE. Three, two, one. AoE. Drop. Three, two, one. AoE. Three, two, one. AoE. Three, two.
All right, so we were a minute 20 ahead of our best Forge Master. The problem is, I'm pretty sure on that Forge Master, we killed Commander. So I think we have more backloaded trash in here. So we got to go 30% and a boss in 7.5 minutes. Sketchy.
Wins. Wins.
Honestly, the shittiest part about... Oh my god. The shittiest part about this pull is the tank gets like fucking dicked on just as hard as everybody else. I'm like trying to full heal the group through the Blaze Wing and the tank's getting fucking annihilated. This could be a bit rough. I have no idea if anybody in this group has a curse to spell or not.
Dodge. Healing. Dodge. Shield.
Piss off, lava spawn.
Targeting. Throw. Axe. Dodge.
Fuck, dude. Can I get any more mechanics, man?
Shield. Dodge. Range. Add. Shield. Targeting. Range. Dodge. Shield.
Oh, dude.
Wins.
Oh my god, there's a fucking bird in here too? Do I have a mana pot? I don't. We are in trouble, boys.
Wins. Wins.
This is fucking psychotic. This whole everything about the last like 7 minutes of this dungeon was like psychotic.
Wins.
Oh man. So I think what that was the two guys up here. What happened there was the two guys up here, we were supposed to pull those, drop down, and they were supposed to snap. But I think the priest gripped the demon hunter, and because he gripped the demon hunter instead of the demon hunter just dropping down, those dudes didn't snap, which is why we didn't have the count and why we had to go fucking like Super Saiyan at the end of the dungeon. Yeah, so there they snap. So these two dudes are each worth 15. So if we had the goal for the end of the dungeon was that we were supposed to have god damn, this is not great having these two dudes standing here. Okay, a little evade action here. In what scenario do I have life limit myself? Basically always. So anyway, we were supposed to have we were supposed to do this shit over here onto the boss, and then at the end of the boss, I think we were supposed to bring in like one more warden or something. I think there was supposed to be like two guys over here we brought in. Maybe we actually brought that in on poll. I can't remember. But yeah, each one of those dudes is worth 15 count, and I don't know how much we were missing by the end of the run. But yeah, that was a fucking last pull, man. Holy shit, that I've never had that boss be that exciting before. Actually, it just occurred to me, that's what I got to do with these hunters. If I'm going to try to root them, I can't use root because root breaks. But if I use wild charge, it will immobilize them, which means that doesn't get broken. They just can't move for 4 seconds. So now that I think about it, if I take wild charge and bear form wild charge the hunters, it will lock them in place. They will not be able to jump. Unlike last time when I was trying to do that root bullshit and the roots were just getting broken instantly. All right, I need to go grab a drink real quick. I'll be right back. Can I show the threat plate hunter appearance tab real quick? Yeah. Okay. We go again with a 16 Nilf. Oh, V's doing his. I ran his 17 earlier and we depleted that. All right. So this time, I don't think I need Ursine Vigor in here. Drop that, take Wild Charge. Where the fuck am I flying? I don't, dude, what the hell? Totally spaced.
Joradin continue to threaten our position here. The Black Dragonflight welcomes your help in repelling these attackers. Though I have been perhaps difficult at times, we've always worked together. I am sure you will continue to support my efforts for the betterment of Azeroth.
All right, we play Boomkin for the first few polls in here.
Targeted.
What up, Kelly? What do I think about Holy Pally? It's okay. You will definitely struggle to get invited to groups compared to some other healers. All right. Eat a little food. Same SP? Yeah, same tank, same Shadow Priest as last run. Alright. Where is Senor Shadow Priest? Fine. Is Shadow Priest required? It's about as required as anything can be considered required. It is it's a pumper, brings fort buff, buffs someone else with PI. There's a few things that Mind Soothe and Mass Dispel are good for. So yeah, to the extent I would say in terms of like which things right now are most to least meta, Vengeance is like the cornerstone of your group right now. You build from that, and I would say that the next thing up is probably Shadow Priest after that. Surprisingly, seems better. Yeah, I've noticed, unless Details is just lying to me, that AUG is like keeping up with the DPS classes on single target. I think it's still a bit behind in terms of its contribution on AoE, but there's a lot of single target fights where Details shows AUG as being like right there with like Mage or Shadow Priest or Warlock. How do I keep track of my life bloom? I mean, I just follow it on the unit frames. All right. Well, let's see. Last time I ran this key with V earlier this morning when it was 17, and we wiped on basically the first pull because of threat. So hopefully this goes better than that. I don't know. This pull, this first pull, I don't know what it is about it. I've had several dungeons or several runs in this dungeon where this pull, like, there's some mob that comes running in and beats my ass because it doesn't get tagged.
5, 4.
All right, this time I will remember to pre-incarn.
1.
It's the pat. It's been different. Something like there's been different guys that have been not tagged that have whipped my ass.
Targeted.
Okay, so still a few things alive here, but we've done this pull previously. I feel like woo. I feel like there was more kiting necessary. Okay, so we got a little pulsar ready to go here.
Targeted. Targeted. Targeted.
Now that we found love, what are we gonna do with it? Do I have a port ready? I do. Okay, let's get the fuck out of here.
Joradin continue to threaten our position here. The Black Dragonflight welcomes your help in repelling these attackers.
I need to drink slightly before we go in. Okay. Now we zunk.
Dodge. AoE. 3. 2. 1. Dodge. AoE. 4. Dodge. 3. 2. 1. AoE. 5. Dodge. 4. 3. 2. 1. AoE. 7. Dodge. 6. 5. 4.
Okay, boss. I see you.
3. 2. 1. AoE. 7. Dodge. 6. 5.
Okay. Where's that fucking phoenix? You little rat fucker. Why the fuck do... What the fuck? Why is my wild charge not fucking working? Do I not? I don't have wild charge in this build. Why do I not have wild charge spec? I swear to God, I spec wild charge. Why the fuck do I not have wild charge, man? Dude, fuck me. Dude, I knew that fucker was gonna... I got in bear form, but it didn't matter. Just, I guess we take. I need to fucking drink. Okay.
Dodge.
Alright, so we are intending to double break very quickly.
Dodge. Drop. Down.
Time to fuck this guy up. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go.
Dodge. Dodge. Drop. Dance. Dodge. Dodge. Drop. Dance.
Oh my god, dude. Did I really stand in the shit? think I don't take this. Or... yeah, he for sure dies.
Dodge.
God damn it, man. A fucking double break is a little bit different healing cadence on that fight than I'm used to. I had to plant and heal there longer than I thought I was going to need to. Shit. Alright. Okay, we grab the food. Do not fucking bone toss me, bone tender. Don't appreciate that shit. Eat your foods. Pew.
Dodge. 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 AoE. Dodge. Dodge. AoE. Dodge. Dodge. AoE. Dodge. Dodge. AoE. Dodge. 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 AoE. 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 Three, two, one. AoE. Drop. Three, two, one. AoE. Drop. Three, two, one. AoE. Drop.
I'm lucky.
Three, two, one. AoE. Three, two, one. AoE. Drop. Three, two, one. AoE. Drop.
Okay, well now we're fucking almost 3 minutes ahead of where we killed Forge Master. I think last run we were I think it was almost, no, it wasn't. It was like a minute 20 ahead of where we killed Forge Master. This time we are 250 ahead, so that's like a minute and a half, I think, faster than where we were last time. Okay, this time I may drink a little bit before we go on to boss. Yo, shit.
Dodge. Range. Dodge. Shield.
Shit. Fucking.
Targeted. Dodge. Range.
Fuck me, these fucking frontals are fucking wild, man.
Shield. Melee. Dodge. Shield.
I don't know about pulling more shit on the boss right now with Shelly dead. I guess we got B resin 10.
Melee. Dodge. Shield.
Okay, well, I feel like this run was maybe a bit spicier at the end than it necessarily needed to be. I don't know that we needed to go on boss quite like that. That felt like it took for fucking ever. Eek, all right. Okay, well, we now have 16s done of everything. So mission accomplished from that sense. All right, how was let's have a look at how Frost DK damage was on bosses. 45 million compared to 66 million on Magma Tusk of the Shadow Priest. On Chargath, 66 compared to 60. So closer there. Forge Master, 51 to 45. And on Sarga, 79 compared to 54. Show my talents? Sure. What spells am I rotating do so much damage? This is because I was playing balance at the start of the key. We played balance for the first couple pulls, so a big chunk, like all this Starfall damage is balance. All this full moon is balance. Most of this Starfire. So like 20% of this damage is... Dude, I kept looking for my Hearthstone, forgetting that I deleted it. That. Best Mythic Plus trinkets that I'm willing to use at most dungeons after getting all bullion available. It depends on what... I mean, this season, you have a lot of options for what you want to do with your trinkets. If you want to go for most healing, then you probably buy either Icon or Chromatic Essence. Some of that will depend on kind of how the entire community goes. If everyone else is playing Icon, then you'll want an Icon. If everyone else is playing Chromatic Essence, you'll want Chromatic Essence. If nobody's playing either of those, then kind of up to you. For damage trinkets, honestly, the two trinkets from Azure Vault are both very good. Tome and Umbral Skull. If you want to spend bullion, you could probably buy Baloralos. And then for defensive trinkets, Ward and Rage Heart are the two that you would look at. Ward would be more generally useful for the group. You can put it on other people. So if you need to keep other people alive, Rage Heart is only you, but it's a fat fucking shield, and it does pretty... The advantage of Rage Heart really over Ward is that it does pretty good damage on top of being a defensive trinket. Ward is like strictly a defensive trinket. V, thank you for the host. Hope you had a fantastic stream. All right, well, with that dungeon, we can now, instead of searching for 16 to 18, we can now up that to 17 to 18. We don't need any more 16s. Great. Perfect. Enjoy the last pull? Dude, we got done, I ran a 16 Nelth with Chevy right before we did yours, and we did that same last pull, and it was like just as bad on that one. And we ended up not timing that key because we fucked up the snap onto the bird. We were supposed to bring the two guys down, and the Shadow Priest gripped Chevy, and that bugged out the snap, and then we missed those two. So we pulled that same first pull on the boss, but then at the end of the boss, we tried to tag the shit on the other side of the room, but his glaive jumped to the bird. So we brought in the entire other side of the room on the boss, and we had like 2 wardens, 2 lavamancers, and a bird, with the boss still at like 30% HP or some shit, and we wiped catastrophically. Thoughts on country music? Not generally a fan, but if you are drinking outdoors during the day, country music is probably my favorite music to listen to in that moment. There's just something that's like very appropriate about listening to country music and day drinking outside, whether that's like a tailgate, like if you got country music on and you're out at like a football game, baseball game, you're out in the parking lot, you got coolers outside sitting near your cars, you got country music on for that, that's fantastic. If you are having like a little barbecue or some shit, somebody's backyard, and you're grilling, maybe doing a little swimming, something like that, like a 4th of July party kind of vibe where you're just hanging out in the backyard, country music, fantastic for that. Any other time? Nah, I'll probably pass on country music. There's a few songs that are okay, but for the most part, I'll pass. But yeah, drinking during the day, country music is just, it's very, and I don't know if that's like that's one of those like chicken or the egg things. I don't know if country music has made day drinking better, or if it just so happened to be that when I've been day drinking, country music has been on because of the circumstances. And then I've come to associate day drinking with country music, and so now it gets me in the mood. I don't know which one of those things is driving the other, but yeah, if I'm drinking outdoors during the day, you can turn up country music. It's like it was invented for that. What are the legal requirements for day drinking before 3 p.m.? I mean, like what qualifies as day drinking? Sun's out. I guess before dinner, I guess. We've had some early mornings before. That's one of the university I went to had, probably not the only place in the United States that does this, but we had a fake Patty's Day. Because normally real St. Patrick's Day would occur over spring break and everybody would be the fuck out of town, either home or on vacation somewhere. So actual St. Patrick's Day was always kind of low key because a lot of the students were gone. So they'd always throw fake Patty's Day the weekend before spring break, and all the bars, we had a district, and it was a small town, but there was a little stretch like a mile away from downtown called Aggieville. There was a few city blocks, and the bars per capita in those few city blocks were like every fucking third building there was a bar. It was just like bar, not bar, 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 not bar, not bar, bar, not bar, bar. You could walk down the street. Like if you walked 50 yards down the street, you could bar hop 5 different places. So they would have fake Patty's Day on the Saturday before St. Patrick's. Dude, I keep fucking it up because one of the other things they called it was St. Practice Day. So now whenever I go to say St. Patrick's, my mouth wants to do both of those things. So on fake Patty's Day, all the bars would open at like, it was like 7 a.m. or some shit. And so what you would do is you would drink the night before. You'd like on Friday night, you'd drink, not too much. You didn't want to be hungover as shit, but you'd drink a bit Friday night, pass out, alarm would wake you up. You'd be a little bit out of it because you were already drunk. So you'd just immediately slam a beer just to like pick back up the buzz from the night before. And then you would like carpool down to the bars. And you would get like dropped off in Aggieville, and you would just drink all morning in Aggieville from like 7 a.m. until maybe like 2 in the afternoon. And by that point, due to the lack of sleep and being drunk, you were tired as fuck. And so everyone would like stumble back to either like a designated meeting place, or if you lived close, you'd like walk home. You'd pass out, you'd take a nap for like a couple hours, kind of sleep it off, wake back up, have another drink, go get dinner, and then head back out to the bars from maybe like 7 until whenever the fuck, however late you could stay up after having consumed that much alcohol. Most of the time it was like whenever you felt like you were ready to pass out, you would just kind of wander off. People would just, throughout the night, you just lose people periodically as you were bar hopping, as they kind of peeled off from the group. But those were always very fun. And debauchery all that. Like the other businesses in Aggieville fucking hated Fake Patty's Day because you had like thousands of piss drunk kids with no fucks were given at all. And there were way too many kids there for the cops to be able to realistically police very much. Like if they saw some really egregious behavior, but it was like shoulder to shoulder everywhere you're going. And pretty easy, you know, if the cops see you, it's pretty easy to just like run into the crowd and lose them. But you'd have people pissing in every alleyway, throwing up everywhere, breaking shit. And all the other business, like the bars loved it because they made money hand over fist, but all the other businesses were like, can you fucking not, dude? Like, this is so, nobody wants to be here except for the drunk motherfuckers. It's like killing a weekend of business for us because anybody who's not here to drink will just avoid this like the plague. And that's kind of when it was a good rule of thumb for when you had become sort of an adult because you would stop attending Fake Patty's Day. Like even after we graduated, we went to Fake Patty's Day a few more times in our early 20s. And at some point, there was just one year where somebody's like, yo, you want to do Fake Patty's Day? And you were like, not really, man. Like, it's expensive. I'm not trying to get a hotel room. Like, the kids are assholes. My bladder's not big enough anymore. And that was when you kind of knew that you had moved on from that phase of your life. There's some people still doing Fake Patty's Day until they were like 30. You could pick those weirdos out of the crowd. You see any old people at Fake Patty's Day and you're like, fuck are you doing here, man? Like, come on. Aggieville, NYC? Nah, it's Manhattan, Kansas. But, you know, the other Manhattan. Yeah, those are good times. What little I remember of them. Wildcat, let's go. Not a gang sign, by the way. Mizzou. Okay. Okay. It's been long enough since Mizzou is in the Big 12 that it's hard to even, like, summon up those feelings of hatred anymore. It's just... All right. Shauna gets home at some point today. She's been in the UK all weekend. I need to look this up. When the fuck do I have to go pick her up? Hopeful. Thank you for the host. Hope you had a fantastic stream. Please don't tell me you're, like, going to bed right now. It's 1 p.m. going to bed in 10 hours. Okay. That's appropriate. Making you wake up at 8 a.m.? Dude, every day for me starts at like 6:30. Shauna's even crazier about it because she doesn't trust the kids to get up for their bus. We got a couple kids in middle school right now. And they have a bus that gets here like 6:15 in the morning, and she doesn't trust them to wake up in time to get ready to get on the bus. So she gets up to make sure they get up, and she'll get up at like 5:30 and then go roll their asses out of bed. Let's see. Is the standard ramp life bloom, regrowth, rejuves, ward, flourish? I mean, that would be a very complete ramp. I would only ramp with that in mind if it was like some event, like some damage event that I knew I was going to need to heal the shit out of. Mostly for me, a ramp will be like, make sure life blooms are out, make sure F-flow's down. Probably regrowth once for it to splash with rampant growth. Maybe rejuve the person that didn't get regrowth. And then probably Swiftmend one of the regrowths on one of the life bloom people to wild growth for Soul of the Forest. What do I think about professional WoW? What's professional WoW? What do I recommend about bullions? A mythic weapon if you don't have it already. Seen a lot of people going Rage Heart or Ward. Yeah, I think Ward is a good buy. Although that's part of the reason why I bought a weapon first. I mean, you want a mythic weapon no matter what. That's by far the most impactful purchase you can make. If you don't already have a mythic weapon, you should get a mythic weapon. But one of the nice things about buying a weapon first is it's very easy to know which weapon you want to buy. Either get Vakash or Dreambinder. Trinkets at this point in the season, I still don't exactly know what we're going to be playing. So I'm reluctant to invest bullions in any trinket right now because, like, I would know, for instance, if I bought like Icon or Essence, those would be useful for raid healing, and they would be useful in keys. But if nobody else in your key has those trinkets, all of a sudden they're not nearly as good as they otherwise would be. And I don't know if like DPS players or tanks are going to be wearing Icon or Essence, and if they're going to be wearing one of them, probably not both, then I don't know which one of the two they're going to be wearing. Similarly, like Rage Heart or Ward, I don't know if this is going to be a one-shot kind of season. Like, I didn't play Leaf for most of last season, but then when we got to the very highest keys at the end of the season, then I started playing it occasionally. But that probably wouldn't be a thing I would be buying like week one, because you're probably not getting to the point in keys where you're getting one shot by shit this early. I feel like the damage trinkets from Raid are not, like, I feel like you can just get Umbral Skull and Tome from Azure Vault, and that's going to be as good as buying Belorolos for the most part, unless you need on-demand damage for, like, Totems and Brackenhide, but that's pretty niche. Am I going to craft Flaring Cowl? No. That's a dog shit embellishment. I fucking hate Flaring Cowl. It helps that Ward's like 2 times better than Leaf. Yeah, Ward's definitely a much easier to swallow pill. Leaf was pretty shit. You really... somebody really needed to convince me they were going to die without Leaf for me to wear Leaf. Whereas Ward gives you primary stat, and so you're not... You don't feel like you're wasting a trinket slot with it nearly as much. Is Cowl really bad? So here's the shitty thing about Cowl is the range of it is literally melee. You have to be standing in melee range of a mob to hit it with Cowl. And I don't mean fake fucking cat melee range that's actually 5 yards further than melee range. I mean, you got to be right up in the testicles of a mob for Flaring Cow to hit it. So if there's ever a fight where you are not fully sort of in control of where you're positioned with the boss, for instance, let's say like Neltheris that we just did. You look at the bosses in Neltheris, Magma Tusk. If I want Flaring Cow to go off all the time, it means I've got to be chasing this stupid fucking elephant all the way around the room every time. Every time he charges, I got to follow in right behind him. With Chargath, every time you go into the intermission where he's swinging his hog around, I gotta be wandering around behind him in order to make sure that my helm keeps pulsing on him. Forge Master, every time he leaps out and then runs back, I have to like reposition to like try to stand on top of him. And then you could probably consistently proc your helm on Sarga, but Sarga, who gives a shit? So fights like that become a lot harder to guarantee that you are actually standing on top of the boss all the time. And I find that in general, usually the harder to heal a fight is, and thus the more valuable that proccing your ring would be, the less likely you are to care about following the boss around. Those are probably the fights where you're not like you are standing in melee all the time if you're DPSing. But if you're actually healing, you don't nearly give as much of a shit about standing next to the boss all the time. That's not a priority of yours anymore. And so the fights where I actually need to be doing HPS, like doing a ton of healing, that's not a thing that I, like Watcher Iridius, definitely not standing on top of that dude the whole time. Gulping Goliath, maybe standing on him for at least part of the time. Kajin, maybe standing, but it would be almost by accident. It's mostly just because we're always walking with the tank. And then on like Ruby Life Pools, no guarantee that I'm standing on top of Meladrusa. Probably standing on top of Kokia. Definitely not standing on top of these two guys when it matters the most. In that last phase, I am definitely not standing in Flaring Cow range of those assholes. Umbral Skull, maybe. But yeah, what I found it, because that was actually the first thing, that was actually my very first embellishment in Dragonflight. Season 1, first thing I crafted was Flaring Cow. And when I found out the limitations of it, that I had to be standing on top of the mobs all the time, I realized that I really wasn't proccing my ring anywhere near as, because I wore it for the Aeronog ring. I realized I wasn't proccing the Aeronog ring anywhere near enough to justify using it. And I was like, yeah, fuck this. I'm not playing this anymore. Does that mean it's good for Mistweaver? I mean, you'd be more likely to proc it with Mistweaver than you would with Resto Druid, because you'd be naturally inclined to be standing on top of a boss or something all the time. It would be much weirder for a Mistweaver to just be hanging out in the middle of nowhere. Every Mistweaver took Farak Tank Trinket. I don't understand what this, I truly do not understand what this obsession with the Farak Tank Trinket is for healers. Like, if you want a trinket that puts a shield on people, why the fuck wouldn't you buy Ward? It just, it like makes no sense to me. And I have people coming into chat all the time being like, yo, should I buy the Farak Tank Trinket? Should I buy the Farak Tank Trinket? I'm like, why would you do that? Like, just get Ward. You can use it more often. Like, it's a minute cooldown instead of a minute and a half. It gives you main stat instead of verse, and you can use it on other people. Rage Heart does more damage? Yeah, so what? It's season 4, man. Healer damage is the least relevant. It's been like all expansion. Also, like a third of your damage is coming from this fucking trinket, whether you like it or not. So just put on that trinket and lean all the way back in your chair. Which trinket? Tome from Azure Vault. But yeah, nobody's going to give a shit this season about healer damage. I can tell you that right now. When you've got like Shadow Priest roaming the streets, nobody's going to give a fuck about you. You're going to get gapped no matter what. And if you want to wear a defensive trinket to keep yourself alive, great. But like Ward will do that better than Rage Heart. The shield you get from Rage Heart is so massively unnecessary. Like that thing put like what is the value of that thing at 535? It's like 1.7 million shield or some shit. Maybe even more than that. I haven't even looked. But that's so overkill for any thing that you'll need to live. If you pop that trinket right before a damage event, your health bar will not move. And you don't need your health bar to not move. You just need to not die. Like, you want to use an absorb trinket that keeps you alive with like 20% health left, and then you heal yourself back up. If you're using an absorb trinket where your health bar doesn't move at all, and you're giving up other things to have that much of an absorb, you're just wasting it. Like, you don't need that much absorb. So just take the 600,000 shield from Ward. You can use it more often. It's up every minute instead of every minute and a half. If you're truly interested in living, it will keep you alive better than Ward will, or than Rage Heart will. And you also get main stat, and you can also use it on other people. I don't know where, like, somebody's out there telling healers to take Rage Heart, because I've had way too many people come into my chat asking about it. There's no way that everybody just independently came to this conclusion themselves to have this many questions. Somebody is out there telling healers to play Rage Heart, and I don't know who this nefarious person is, but they need to cut it the fuck out. You just looked at the Raider IO leaderboards, came in and asked? Yeah, well, the other thing is you can't necessarily trust people at the top of the leaderboard to be making all the best decisions when it comes to what they're buying. In the same way that like theory crafters, like when you look at Sims or like you go to a Discord and somebody's giving advice about what to play, very often the people doing the theory crafting are not the people playing. You know, there's a lot of theory crafters that are in like World 300 guilds. And you're like, well, if you're so fucking smart, how come you're not in the World First Guild? And it's like, well, I can know what to play. I can know what buttons to press and what to wear and still be like not good at the game. You know, like I don't have to be good to know that, to know what the correct choices are. I just am not good at making those choices in real time. There's a lot of people that are very good Mythic Plus players that are not making objectively correct decisions about everything that they're doing. And sometimes there's reasonable disagreements about maybe I'm an asshole and Rage Heart's going to get played by every healer by the end of the season, and people be like, JB said Rage Heart was bad and he looks like a fucking idiot. But having played Rage Heart last season, I cannot fathom that we'll have a season where you'll need Rage Heart to live shit. You'd have to get hit so fucking like unthinkably hard to need the amount of shield you get from Rage Heart compared to the amount of shield you get from Ward. Why do you need Rage Heart as Mistweaver to live? Yeah, that's the other thing about Mistweaver in particular is like, of all the healers, I feel like Mistweaver has the most tools that are already similar to Rage Heart. Like you can, every 30 seconds, you can put an absorb on yourself. It's like kind of strange. But I don't know. What do I know? You know? Oh, B's doing his Oldemon. Okay. V, why are you doing an Oldemon with no fucking... Why do you keep doing the keys that have bleed removals necessary, and then you don't bring an AUG? Don't think anything in the game right now besides a couple tank busters that deal the damage to consume a 535 Rage Heart. Yeah, like what could you possibly get hit by that you would need a Rage Heart to live through? Am I on EU or US? I play on EU. Am I planning to get the Aeronog ring with bullion? If I do buy it with bullion, it'll be a late purchase. That's not one of the first things I'm going to buy. First off, I saw a tweet saying Vikash doesn't even proc the Aeronog or the Vault rings at the moment, which if that's the case, then I'm not buying Aeronog ring until that gets fixed. Then it's like worthless. Even if Vikash procs it, those stats are pretty fucking bad for Resto Druid. So I would need to be very confident I'm going to get a lot of value out of it. Current order plan for bullion? I actually don't know. I mean, the weapon was the easy choice. Next week, I don't know what I'll buy with it. It'll probably depend a lot on what other people are playing in terms of like, are other people in the group buying Icon or Essence? If so, those will look a lot more attractive. If nobody else is buying that shit, those trinkets are good on their own, but they're not crazy. Are people in need of a ward? Like I have a normal ward that I got from Raid this week, but every once in a while we'll get to a key that kind of hurts and I'll be like, yo, does anybody need ward for this? And everybody will be like, nope. And I'll go, okay. Well. So we haven't yet hit the point on these keys where people are like, yo, I need ward to live. And if nobody needs ward, I'm not exactly trying to like play ward all the fucking time. Nothing feels worse than playing an absorb trinket in a dungeon when nobody ever calls for it. I hate that shit. So if we're gonna If we're gonna buy ward, it better be because people are yelling. Like, I'll buy ward when somebody's like, "Hey, man, why the fuck don't you have ward?" I'll be like, "Okay, it's time to buy ward." But I'm not just gonna carry one of those around in my bag just in case, and then not have anybody ever need it. You got one, Ricky? Yeah. We didn't have any drop. I'm pretty sure that's like one of the few trinkets where, as a healer, I felt pretty confident getting it from raid, because if it dropped, they'd give it. I know that a healer would give it. Nobody else is gonna want that shit unless they do Mythic Plus. So that was gonna be unlike, you know, if a icon or essence dropped or rage heart dropped, good luck. Nobody's giving you that as a healer. But if ward dropped, no other healers that only care about raid healing want it, and nobody in keys wants it unless they're doing like really high keys. Do I think Aurora Neck is good? The problem with the Aurora Neck is that the stats are not great, and Druid procs both kinds of damage. If you're playing Vakash, you do both fire and nature damage, which at first glance probably sounds good. Oh, cool, I can proc both sides of the neck. In practice, what that means is you're never quite sure which shield you're going to get. And so if you're doing a boss where there's elemental damage or nature damage, like Bromok here with his totem, he summons the Quaking Totem and it pulls his nature damage. Cool. If my Vakash procs on him and I get a nature shield, great. If I have Sunfire out and it procs a fire shield, now it's worthless. And so part of it is it's tough to know with that neck whether it's actually going to do anything for you. And the stats on it are not ideal. And it sits in a slot where you're likely wanting to put an embellishment. Or at least one of the few slots where an embellishment makes sense. So I would definitely say I am not in any hurry to play that neck. I also think it just procs less than the ring. The Broodmother ring. Maybe I'm wrong, but... Alright, what do we want in this dungeon? I don't give a shit about Typhoon in here. We want Dispel. Do I need Vortex in here? I don't think I actually really use Vortex in here for anything. We're gonna do this. What key level is attainable this season? I have no fucking idea. Not a clue. I gotta pee before we start this key. 1 sec.
To reclaim our legacy, we aspects must restore the powers we relinquish to defeat Deathwing. Within the depths of Uldaman lies a vault that holds a disc of Keeper Tyr's memories. Find that disc and bring it back to me. It may contain the knowledge we need to regain our strength.
What do you get first of bullions? Buy a weapon. It's the most important thing. Anybody who's, if you don't have a mythic weapon already, I feel like the bullion vendor is exposing what is apparently a large gap in like community knowledge about how to gear your character, like what things are important. Your weapon is so much more important than any other piece of gear you have in terms of like what kind of healing and shit you're doing. Your weapon shits on any other item you have. Unless it's an insanely broken item. Like maybe something like Rashok's pre-nerf. But even still, if I didn't have a mythic weapon, I would probably buy a mythic weapon first. Feel like Rage Heart is an item like that? No. I mean, it does something like, I guess if you really needed something like Rage Heart to live, like if you were a tank, maybe you would think that Rage Heart was really insanely important to give you another massive health bar. But for a healer, you don't need a shield that big. What's going to hit you that you need a Rage Heart to live? AV? I don't think Druid will ever need a shield in AV this season. With Ursine Vigor, if you have any amount of avoidance on, that plus Ursine Vigor, I mean, when I shifted into bear form, I got 1.9 million health. When you look around at the other people in the party, Mage has 1.2, Priest has 1.2, DK has 1.5. Even the tank only has 2.2. So, if the boss is going to do a knockback, and it kills you through 1.9 million health, it killed everyone else in your fucking group first. Baby Man, thank you for the sub, babe. Appreciate it, and welcome to the jdotbabes. What do I think of roosters? Am I missing a joke? All right. Thinking he's roster?
3, 2,
Who's making rosters?
1.
What's Hopeful's roster?
To reclaim our legacy, we aspects must restore the powers we relinquish to defeat Deathwing.
All right. Last time a chain lightning just
Depths of Ultima.
blapped everybody as we ran in. So I'm going to hang back a second and make sure that these two dudes don't
Memories.
fucking murder us.
Find that disc and bring it back to me.
Okay, good.
It may contain the knowledge we need
Bad.
to regain our strength.
Where did that chain lightning come from? I thought I was looking at all the chain lightnings. Did I fucking miss a cast? How the fuck did I get hit by a chain lightning? But yep.
What's this? Intruders here to take our riches, I bet! Have we found any riches? We've been digging down here so long, I can't even think straight. No one steals! I have a quiver full of swords, and I know how to throw them! They call me the Skullcracker!
Fuck me.
Did somebody order a Skullcracker? I've got you!
Dude, V's getting fucking bullied. He's got like 4 daggers on him in a row. Oh god, dude, I just fucking... Bro, I used Iron Bark and then he melded. Okay.
Stabbed you with my shield! Warned ye not to try stealing from us?
We're now discussing the route. I still need to know how the fuck that chain lightning... I swear I was like focused on nothing but making sure a chain lightning didn't go through, and then I got popped by a chain lightning as one was casting, and I don't know where that one came from. Because I saw 2 chain lightnings casting, one of them stopped, so I assumed that cast got stopped, and there was one still going, and I was going to get ready to roar that, and then all of a sudden I fell over. Here we go. It's begun. Literally immediately after the conversation. Add on the show's classes in the group is this. Is Convoke better than Incarn in certain dungeons? I only ever want to play Incarn if there's a sustained healing check in a dungeon that actually gets full value out of the tree form. Like, if I'm popping Incarn for 10 seconds of healing and then the healing stops and I'm still in tree form for 20 more seconds, fuck that. And right now, there's only one boss that I feel like warrants that kind of cooldown, and that's third boss in halls. Otherwise, I don't think I've run it. God damn it, that really gets stood up by these motherfuckers while I'm eating. Otherwise, I don't think there's a healing check in Mythic Plus at the moment where you actually need 30 seconds of tree form to keep you alive.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, let's try this again. Hotted, thank you for the host, bud. Hope you had a fantastic stream. Hope you've been doing well.
Re-aspects must restore the powers we relinquish to defeat Deathwing. Within the depths of Ultima.
Okay, there's one Geomancer. Okay, he got kicked. Good. Second one, he got kicked. Good. A third one.
It may contain the knowledge we need to regain our strength.
Okay. Okay, that one went a bit smoother. Alright, this time we have a secret weapon. Lord of the Faceless Ire. We're not scared of your stupid little shield anymore, bud. Yo, dude, ward actually monster value right there. Holy fuck, that priest was dead if he didn't have ward on him. Woo! Okay, a DK should not need anything for the shield. At least you can let plate classes just kind of chill out. You don't have to worry about them on this fight, really. Wait. My trinket's going on me. Fuck. Why is it not... I'm using the other fucking macro, man. My trinket actually didn't do shit. That time I actually didn't use it on the priest, I don't think. I forgot I swapped to this other stupid-ass trinket because we were... Or this other stupid-ass macro because we were using double fucking on use last season. What a sick fucking trinket meta. I knew I should have tested that macro before we started the key. But that macro has been a certain macro for like the last 5 years. And then last tier I changed it finally because it was like the first time ever that I've been using double on-use trinkets. And I was like, fuck, I need that trinket to do something else. And apparently I did not have a mouse over a portion of it.
You know, I think that tussle actually helped clear my head. Much obliged, stranger. We'll lend you a
Alright, let's test it here to make sure I don't rely on it erroneously. Yep, okay, it works. Really, dude? I saw that thing spawn under my feet, and I said to myself, I for sure can finish this cast. There's no way that this is one of the, like, 3 swirlies in the game that resolves fast enough to kill me before I finish this cast. And as it turns out, that's one of 3 swirlies in the game that resolves fast enough to kill you before you finish your fucking cast. Man, god damn it. Now, this is the part about wearing an on-use absorb trinket that I don't like, which is for the next 5 minutes, I have nothing to use it on that I care about. Okay, we'll use it on the tank there, I guess.
Ads. 3, 2, 1. Totem.
Now you see a chieftain's power. Stronghold trolls, attack!
Ads. Three, 2, 1. Totem.
Dude, what the fuck?
Ads. Three, 2, 1. Totem.
Now you see a chieftain's power. Get out here and smash him.
Ads. 3, 2, 1. Totem.
Puny ones won't stop Romark! Trolls! Fight for your chief!
Ads.
Nice work! That troll...
Do I run Verdant instead of Flourish? Nope.
We know how. Here's marvelous mustache. Another locked door.
Leave this to me! Shield turn! Boom! Halt!
Two,
Unworthy
one.
will not enter this hallowed place. Keeper
Four,
Tyr's
three,
secrets will be
two,
protected.
1.
Knock.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4,
Knock.
3, 2, 1. 4, 3, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Knock.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Knock.
Stop where you are.
Knock.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Knock.
You will go no further.
Knock.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Knock.
Five, 4,
Knock.
3, 2, 1. 4, 3, 2, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Knock.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Some kind of library. What now? All I see are books.
Maybe we can find a few treasure maps. We'll have a look while we go on ahead.
Okay. Oh, I think kiting that pack is illegal.
Two, one.
3, 2, 1. AOE. Three, 2, 1. AOE.
Activating additional defenses. Enemy marked.
Spread.
Target acquired.
Spread.
Protocol. Purge.
Bro, where the fuck is B? Fuck, I thought we were done. I guess we left one on the other side. Yup. Alright. A little weird.
Enemy marked.
Spread.
Enemy marked.
Spread.
Incinerating undesirable elements.
Spread.
Dude, my Rashox trinket scares the shit out of me every time on this fight. It turns big and orange, and it looks exactly like one of these circles, and it looks like a circle's just right next to me. It scares me every fucking time I do this fight. I want to unequip this trinket just on this in this dungeon specifically.
Whoa! Look at all this stuff!
The heroes. You can keep searching for whatever it is you folks are after. Yeah!
AoE.
Dibs on this room.
Oh god.
Save travels all.
AoE. 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 Shield. Shield.
Yep. Fuck me, dude. No, 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 not that one. Or just let me tank him. Let me tank him. You run. You run. What are we? What's going on here?
AoE.
Whoa. Are we skip? Fuck me. Are we skipping these? Okay. Oh, I ran past the fucking... Okay. I must not have looked at the route at all. Okay. I've never seen anybody skip these before. Which is like my fault. I should look at the route, I guess. I don't even know that I would have noticed if I looked at the route. I don't think I would have... My eyes probably would have gone right over that.
What have we here? Alexstrasza's lapdogs, I suspect.
AoE shield.
I fear I will have to deny your queen her prize. The disc you seek will be mine.
AoE. AoE.
His time blade.
Shield.
Do they change scaling? Are people just casually doing 26s week 2? I mean, our gear's not that far away from being this. I'm missing like 10 eye level. And 10 eye level is not exactly going to increase your player power that much. Yeah, I feel like bad because that's my fault. I didn't see we were skipping. And I don't know if they talked about that, and I just didn't. I don't know, man. Didn't see we were skipping. Yeah. I just didn't. Fuck. Normally I'm like, if if I've seen teams do different shit, I'll look at the route to see which way it's going. I feel like I've run this dungeon the same way every fucking time I've done it for an entire season. More or less. I mean, like, small things. You know, like, you pull, like, Berserkers in on boss, or you don't. Or you grab an extra fucking pack of shit when you go, like, you tag the clapper dudes on the way out of fourth boss area, or you don't. But, like, it's all shit that, whatever. You know, that's the first time I've ever seen that shit get skipped, and I just was not prepared for that at all. What is this? What's is there anything on here? 17 no code. All right. Dude, I keep fucking looking for a fucking Hearthstone that's not there. Now, I will say, despite all that, I also don't feel like that missed skip is what bricked the key. Because we then proceeded to die on the next pull. And if we skip those two dudes, there's no way to get back through that. Like, you wouldn't have been able to run back after wiping to that. So, like, we were fucked. By doing that skip, we were fucked as soon as we wiped on the next pull anyway. This is not the correct route. Next week is another bullion item? Yeah. Did we time it? No. We were actually well ahead of time coming out of fourth boss. Honestly, even with the biffed skip, I think we would have been fine on time. But next week, oh, sorry, not another bully. Sorry, not another bullion item. For whatever reason, I thought you were asking Spark. I don't know why. Well, you do get one bullion next week, but you need 2 bullions to purchase something. So, we get a Spark next week. We get a bullion the following. It's every other. So we got Spark last week, bullion this week, Spark next week, bullion the week after. It'll keep alternating like that for the rest of the season. On PTR, Mythic Plus quest gave a bullion though. If that's the quest that's in the rotation for next week, then potentially, yeah. Do I need fuck? Wait, are we actually going? Okay. If the Mythic Plus thing is the quest for next week, then maybe we get another bullion. You actually got two. You got 2 bullions from. If next week is the Mythic Plus quest, you'll get a full item from that if it's the same as PTR, because it gave you that thing gave you 2 bullion. Oh, I'm gonna get rid of this dog shit trinket too. Fuck that thing. What did that even do for me overall throughout the dungeon? Great. What did it do on Talandras? 3.5% of my healing. It's actually bigger than the tooltip. It's interesting. Like a lot bigger. Next week we're getting 2. Well, you have to be specific when you talk about bullion, whether you mean 2 bullion or 2 items.
4.
I believe next reset we will get 2 bullion. If the Mythic Plus quest is out next week, which seems to be what people in chat are saying, if the do 4 Mythic Dungeons, in the past it was do 4 Mythic Dungeons, get a cash. On PTR, the cash was instead 2 bullions. So you would get, next week you would get 2 bullions from that, plus 1 bullion from boss. So you get 3 more bullions, but it would be enough to buy 1 new item. Alright, are we doing just 1 here? Okay. Alright, can I successfully navigate my way up to the top of this pole? I suck. I don't even think it matters up there, or on this pole, because there's not another guy here. It's fixed? No, you can still do it with light form. You just can't do the grip shit. Unless they double fixed it. Oh, what the fuck is this song? Shut up. Let's try this again now. Fuck. Maybe they did fix it. I don't know. Unless they, like I said, we played around with it after it was supposedly fixed. And you can still do it. But now you have to actually land on it, which is a hell of a lot harder than just taking a gateway. Fuck, I wasn't expecting to have to make a decision about what to buy with a bullion by next week. F. What the fuck am I gonna buy next week? Alright, third time's a charm. Bro, come on, man. Oh, fuck off. Bro, now I want to get up on the spear just because I have to show that it's not fixed. But I keep fucking it up because it's hard to do quickly. Yeah, no, the problem is just that when I try to land on it, I just suck and I can't. I just miss.
Nearly there. See to the final weapon.
Bro, god damn, like I'm gonna get somebody killed from fucking around with this.
Has landed. Strike now.
All right, so I root second.
This land is mine. Tremble before primal power.
All right, so that's the guy I gotta root next time through. Gotta root the far side here.
Destroy and dismantle.
AoE.
Wait. I thought it was something else, not this. There we go.
Ready to fire! Let's fly! Destroy and dismantle!
AoE.
This land is mine. Tremble before primal power.
Ready to fire! Let's fly! Destroy and dismantle!
AoE.
This land is mine.
Avoid.
Tremble before primal power.
Ready to fire! Let's fly!
My thanks. The Shikar will hunt Balakar down at Nokudan Hall.
Oh, I kept my stupid fucking trinket on, dude. It's because I think I remember what it was. I think when I was thinking about switching it is when we did that ready check, like 1 second into the dungeon. I was like, oh fuck, and then I just forgot all about my trinket. God damn it.
AoE.
Their primalist allies have placed totems that protect this raging tempest. Find them and destroy them.
AoE.
Truly a blasphemous idol. Continue your work.
What's setting to move? Health bars 100 feet. If you type exclamation point base in the chat, it'll give you the script.
AoE. AoE.
The primalist's power weakens.
Also, apparently I don't have weak aura for reward. Need to make one.
AoE. AoE.
One more totem, quickly.
Turbo, thank you for the resub, babe. 9 months. Appreciate it. Congratulations on our J-Dot baby, and thank you for your continued inclusion in the J-Dot babes.
AoE. AoE.
The final totem crumbles. Now take down the avatar of the storm.
Would I recommend Rest Druid for a beginner healer? Yeah, I mean I think a fairly straightforward class.
2, 1. Dispel.
Spread. Dispel. 3, 2, 1. AoE. Spread. Dispel.
All right, we got our 8 stacker, so we don't have to try too hard.
Dispel. Spread. Dispel. Spread. Dispel. 3, 2, 1. AoE.
Fuck me, dude. I didn't want to drop out of tree form.
Spread. Dispel.
Come on, dude. Throw down the orbs. Throw down the orbs. You, man. Fuck you, dude. What an awful fucking... What an awful dog shit fucking entangling timer.
Dispel. Spread.
I was trying to position myself to let the orb come into me. I also didn't want to shift out of tree form. Because when I'm in Convoke, when I'm not running tree form, if you shift out of tree, you can't get your tree form back when you shift out of it. So I didn't want to just, like, shift early and fucking lose it for no reason. And I was like, maybe I'll be able to move out of this fucking... Man, fuck this shit, actually.
Dispel. 3, 2, 2, 1. AOE. Spread. Dispel.
Clan Ukel has allied with Clan Nokud. Today, they will
Where are we?
reclaim
Oh,
that
fuck.
alliance. They have desecrated the graves of our first ancestors, Tira and Maruk.
Oh, I remember this song. Nope. Nope, nope, nope.
Collect.
feast on your flesh.
Collect. Collect.
The first ancestors shall rise.
I am the messenger of death.
Oh god, dude.
Collect.
Say, yo.
Collect.
The first ancestors shall rise.
Is it necessary to do damage in Mythic Plus as a druid? No. No. Healer damage has never really been a matter of do you need to do it or not, but more so a matter of there will for sure be times during keys where no healing is needed. And what do you want to do during those times of the key?
Necromancers on our sacred grounds?
This is what has become of our legacy?
Like, right now in this key, for instance, you could lie to yourself and tell yourself that the tank needs a lot of healing right now. I'm helping. If I just keep spamming regrowth into the tank, I'm helping. You're not at all, really. If you look at the amount of healing he's doing to himself versus the amount of healing I'm doing by keeping, like, Life Bloom and regrowth and shit up on him, it's relatively minor. He's definitely not getting very much value at all out of you spamming heals into him. So you can tell yourself, oh, yeah, it's really important that I just sit here and bomb regrowths into him. But the truth is that it's not important at all. So then the question is, what are you doing in between those globals where you throw a couple maintenance heals on him? And I guess if you just want to stare at the pack, you can do that. I think you might understand why the rest of your group would be a little bit annoyed if you're standing there doing literally nothing. But if there's always something to heal in your group, then by all means, heal. That's your job.
Jump. Stack.
This is the end, Defilers.
Jump.
But I also find that there's a tendency for people to tell themselves that there's always something to heal, when in reality that's not true.
Wind. Dance.
That's just a fiction you've created for yourself. Oh, my group's always taking damage. I never have a moment to heal. Whereas I feel like if we were to review VODs of your group, we would find that there are plenty of times in a key that you're not really doing anything. You've just told yourself that you're always healing. But if you are in fact healing, then that should be your first priority. Your job is to be a healer. Where the fuck am I standing?
Jump.
Dude, this pile of fucking pets faked me out. I looked over and I saw a bunch of things standing together, and it's just my tree and the Shadow Priest's void thingy.
Jump. Wind.
Away from him.
Dance. Avoid. Jump. Stack. Drop.
Wind guides my arrows.
Jump. Jump. Wind.
Away from him.
Dance. Jump. Stack. Drop.
Wind guides my arrows.
Oh shit, I did not see that one. Holy fuck. Yeesh.
Protect. Balakar Khan is beyond mercy. Clan Tirai will join our Khan at Nokuden Hold.
I will use Onara's power for more than breezes and
Need to drink real quick.
4, 3, 2, 1.
my
Wait.
your skulls will shatter beneath my hooves. Slash and skewer. The weak must die. You will be trampled into dust. Slash and skewer.
3, 2, 1. Spread.
Cannot stand against me.
2, 1. Spread. Transition. Dispel.
All right, do me first. Do me first.
Pull.
Fuck. That guy can't.
Dispel. 3, 2.
Stop fucking putting shit under my feet.
Drop. Dispel.
Okay, pick me. Pick me.
Pull.
Fuck.
Dispel. 3, 2, 1. Drop.
Fuck.
Dispel.
Please fucking pick me with this fucking spear, you dickhead.
Pull.
You're such an asshole.
Dispel.
Oh god, that's a ways away.
3, 2, 1. Drop. Dispel.
Okay, clearly it's got to be this time, right?
Pull.
That's fine. Fuck it.
Dispel. 3, 2.
What a little rat fucker. Yo!
Broken.
Sheesh!
He will not take a place of honor with the ancestor Khans. My thanks, outsider. Onara now flies free, and without Balakar's influence, Clan Nokud may heal.
God damn, dude. Sheesh! All right. Well, do we wear that? I mean, I gotta wear that over what I have now. The thing I have now gave me like way more verse than I wanted anyway. So we're almost at the verse cap without really trying to be. Okay. Where's my thing? Okay, so now I got to get another fucking primary stat gem crafted. Wait, Flex can do that. Is Flex online? Damn. I gotta check. The kids are supposed to be coming home right about now. Let's have a look and see where they're at. They are in the car, traveling towards us. Okay. Yeah, they're going to be here soon. All right. Let me... fuck, man. Of course, today, when we have the best viewership we've had in a while and we're blasting keys, I think we might have to end it early. But Sean is supposed to be getting in a couple hours anyway. Actually, you know what? Oh, just give me a few minutes here. Let me get the kids situated and stuff, and then we may come down and slam another key or two before. I at least want to get this stuff geared or like gemmed up. Craft this stuff. Okay, you. Can I show details for healing? Yep. Okay. Here. Yes. One here. Here. Okay. Now... What's needed for a fierce, limited diamond? Okay. Let me run upstairs for a minute, get the kids settled in, and then we'll come back and see what we can make of this.
And defend that which cannot defend itself.
All right. BRB. All right. Now, where were we? Buying the stuff? Awakened Air and Order and Illimited Diamond. Now the question is, do I be patient and let Flex log on? Or do I just start sending public orders that never turn out well with primary stat gems? Every time I've ever ordered, there's basically anything else I put in for a public order, there's a decent chance I will get a 5-star version of it on my first try. I managed to craft 3 different lariats last season through public order, first try, 5 stars. Every time I've ever tried to craft a primary gem, I need to get it crafted like 7 times before somebody 5-star or 3 stars it, I guess. All right, so just double checking. Flex is not online, right? Okay. Fuck it. Fierce. Limited diamond. Public order. What ears am I using? It's these. All right. I'll send it for... We'll go 500 gold. I guess. I'll be a nice guy. All right. Here comes my 2-star. What week order shows my equipped trinkets? It is... Holy shit, they actually did it for me. Let's fucking go. Alright. What up, Argot? Good run, thank you. Made you sad for not trading the neck, though? It should make you sad. It was a sick fucking neck. You should be very depressed you didn't get that for a while. It should haunt you.
The city's finest goods.
Alright. Oh yeah, week order for equipped trinkets is... Which also reminds me... Oops, that's not what I meant to copy paste this. Which also reminds me I need to make an on use for my... Dude, fuck Chill Globe. I don't need to know when I'm using that. Duplicate. Ward. Alright, where's my ward? Here. Ward, where did they go? Right. Okay, let's save this new set bonus. Or set. That. Just set, I guess. Just save this new set. Alright, and let's throw... 2 of these. Alright, so now we have 7.5% leech and 18.5% avoidance. This should have massively increased our mastery. Increased our haste by a decent chunk. We're back up to having a good amount of haste now. Which means I could probably drop this ring. Now if I were to, for instance, buy the Diurna ring, it would drop us down to How much is that going to give me? Diurna ring is 454 haste. Okay, so Wowhead, filial duty. And select the item level version of it. Come on. How do I get the awakened? Bro. How do I make that bigger? So 8,300 maybe? Does that do that? No, it doesn't. Fuck. Why can't this... Dude, why does this thing never scale shit correctly? What is this gonna be at? Fuck, how much haste does this thing have at 535 eye level? How do I find that out? Good check the raid, but oh yeah, that's a good shout. I don't know why I'm on Wowhead. You're absolutely right. What a weird... Why did I go there first? Item compare. Filial duty. 535 is 544 haste. So if I drop this ring, but pick up 544 haste, then that's a swing of 660-ish haste, and I am 970 over cap. So actually that just about offsets. Yeah, that's almost perfect because I picked up 634 haste on the neck. And if I drop 660 haste by swapping out the ring, then we'll end up just about where we left off before putting on this neck. And we will have dumped like 1,000 verse and picked up like 550 mastery. Ooh, look at that. Mastery sitting right underneath the cap. If we pick up the, Jesus, if I pick up the Diurna ring, that shit's gonna blow through the cap. God damn. I don't know. Who the fuck knows? Maybe you just run a shitload of mastery this season. I don't know. Diurna ring, though, is gonna put me like, what's the next DR on mastery? I wonder what rating that is. Because the Diurna ring is going to be another 1,600 mastery. Fuck yeah, dude. That's going to put us like right under the 20% cap. Holy fuck, our nourishes are going to slam. All right. Anything here? Any keys worth banging? What do I still need? Oh, 17. That's right. I don't need any 16s. It's only 17s and up. Cool. Do I play NA or EU? I play on EU. What is my mass CC add-on? Like the group stops thing? That is... Although, I'm not sure it's accurate. When we were playing with the DK earlier, it was not showing Blinding Sleet, and I don't know why. It's supposed to show Blinding Sleet, but it wasn't. Alright, so how much mastery is this now? 18.5%? Okay. What are my largest nourishes? Largest crit nourish. 921,000. God, we had a normal that hit for 800,000. I wonder if Sreth added functionality back to WoW Analyzer yet. He needed to update the spell ID for the set bonus for Druids from Season 3 to Season 4 because it wasn't showing how much the set bonus was doing. He said he was going to add that back this weekend. Let's see if he actually did or not. Your Nourish only hits for 400k non-crit? Like maximum? The problem with Nourish is when you discuss Nourish, you have to be very specific about what parameters you're comparing it with. Because Nourish scales with the number of hots you have tremendously. So if you're comparing Nourishes with no hots, your Nourishes probably shouldn't be that different no matter what. Because with no hots, Nourish shouldn't be doing that much healing anyway. And then each additional hot that you put on somebody, Nourish gets triple the mastery value from each of those hots. So each additional hot that someone has when they get nourished makes the value of Nourish go way up. Which is how you get these like crazy numbers. Like for the purposes of illustration, we'll spec into Nourish right now instead of Grove Guardian. So when I have just Life Bloom on myself, let's put this on my bar somewhere. When I have just Life Bloom on myself, my Nourish hit for 21,000. Wait, that can't be right. No, I was like, yeah, okay, that's the two-piece. My Nourish hit for 170,000 with just Life Bloom. If we have Life Bloom and Adaptive Swarm, now I hit for, oh, that crit, but it crit for 400,000. See here. That time I healed for 211,000. Now if we put 3 hots on ourselves, it heals for 258,000. And if we get another hot, now it is 340,000. So you've doubled the amount of healing that Nourish does by getting whatever that is, 5 hots on yourself. Oh yeah, and Life Bloom counts for extra with Harmonious. And then your 4-piece makes your Nourish 200% effectiveness, so it's going to hit twice as hard as a normal Nourish would. So if your 4-piece lands on somebody that has a bunch of hots on them, it's going to bang. Tome procs more with crit or verse? Tome should scale higher with crit. Like, you should do more damage with crit per point than with verse. All right, now let's unspec out of Nourish real fast, because that's gross. Do you target Grove Guardian on specific players? So, when you cast Grove Guardian on a person, it dictates... The Grove Guardian casts a Swiftmend right off the bat, and then it casts Nourishes for the remainder of its life. Who you cast Grove Guardian on dictates who it puts the Swiftmend on. After that, it just does its own healing with Nourish. You don't control that. But you can control who gets hit with the Swiftmend. So you said the same thing with crit. Thought it was verse. I mean, just from a sort of common sense approach, if you think about it, what crit does versus what verse does. Verse has both an offensive and a defensive component. If you got this, even the same amount of value out of crit and verse, even if they were equal, not even more value out of verse, if you got even the same amount of value out of verse as you did with crit, why the fuck would you ever use crit? Ever. If you could get the same amount of throughput gain by wearing verse, and it gave you damage reduction, like, fuck, I'm not wearing any crit. Fuck that. So crit is, I think, both per point, crit does more for you than verse, and you gain more crit per point, I think. Like, I think even when you have an equal amount of verse and crit, they're doing roughly the same, or crit's doing maybe slightly more. But actually, no, that probably doesn't make any sense at all. No, it's probably just the scaling. You just get more. You get more crit percentage per point of crit than you get verse percentage per point of verse. So if you put 1,000, I'm making this up, but if you put 1,000 crit on, you gain 5% crit, but you only gain 4% verse. So for the same amount of budget, you're going to get a 5% number versus a 4% number. But in exchange for the lower number on verse, you also gain 2% DR. So while your throughput on other people will be lower, you will also take less damage yourself and therefore need less healing when you get hit. Which, if you subscribe to the penny saved is a penny earned philosophy, it's kind of like healing, because it's healing you didn't have to do. It's damage you prevented by wearing verse, which meant it was healing you didn't have to do because you got hit less hard, which is sort of like preemptive healing. But that's only meaningful for damage that hits you. Verse is basically just a loss when it comes to healing other people, compared to other stats you could be wearing. You missed the start of the season. Why is Druid a step ahead of Mistweaver? Well, before the season started, Mistweaver HPS got nerfed by 13%, and Druid HPS got nerfed by 5%. So, Mistweaver took it in the shorts a bit harder than Druid did. Druid was probably already coming out of Season 3 more meta than Mistweaver was, owing to its raid buff, and how it fits in with the rest of the comp, the rest of the other meta classes. I think the top teams in the world were already playing Resto Druid before this season started. Very little about the meta changed. I don't think they made any changes to DPS or tank classes. The only thing they did was nerf some healers, and they nerfed Mistweaver harder than they nerfed Resto Druid. So the teams that were playing Resto Druid to begin with had even less reason to consider a Mistweaver. What fucking thing am I listening to that's playing this? Chi Harmony is so busted they're giving it to Mistweaver and War Within. Yeah, I'm a little salty about that because I would have really liked for Druid to get its current 4-piece as a new talent in War Within. I think the 4-piece for Druid right now is insane for Mythic Plus. It's maybe the best feeling set bonus they've ever made in the Mythic Plus era for Resto Druid. It feels really fucking good. And then what's annoying is Mistweaver gets its 4-piece as a new talent in War Within. Evoker gets its Season 1 4-piece that all of the Evokers like, the instant cast, extra effectiveness, Living Flame proc. So both those specs get a Dragonflight set bonus as a new talent, but Druid doesn't. And it's like, man. What healer needs the least amount of keybinds? I mean, probably Evoker? You press like 2 buttons to do damage. Like I think damage-wise, you really... I guess Disintegrate's been buffed enough that you probably press that. So you press like Living Flame, Disintegrate, and Fire Breath. For healing, you press in Echo, Reversion, Dream Breath, Spirit Bloom. And then your cooldown, like, I don't even think Evoker has that many cooldown. Like, you have Stasis, Dreamflight, Rewind. I mean, it's got to be Evoker. It's got to be Evoker. Did you read right that Druid should avoid wasting GCD on Rejuve? Presuming that you take no talent, like, if you play what I consider to be borderline necessary talents for keys, you're going to end up taking these 3 talents over here, which cause your regrowth to have a chance to cost no mana. When it costs no mana, it also does 30% additional healing. And then you have a higher chance to get those procs, and you can stack 2 of them. Then you also have Soul of the Forest, which affects both regrowth and rejuve by the same amount, by 150%. Then you have rampant growth, which makes your regrowth apply to both your life bloom targets, as well as doing 50% more healing over time. And so when you start adding up all of the things that buff regrowth, it ends up being, if you just compare the tooltip amounts, that regrowth does 33, like right now with my build, regrowth does like 33,000 healing over 12 seconds. Rejuve does 62. Wait, what the fuck? Oh no, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong part. I was like, what the no, it's 51,000 with then a hot that does 33,000 over 12 seconds. So this does 51,000 healing immediately, whereas Rejuve does 62,500 over 12 seconds. So regrowth is already doing like 80% of what Rejuve does, and it does it right off the bat. Then you get a hot for the same duration as Rejuve. So even if you were counting as like, well, what about a mastery stack? You get a hot that lasts the same amount of time as Rejuve, plus your regrowth landed on 2 other people besides the target if you casted it on somebody that didn't have life bloom on them, and a fairly good chance that you cast it with clear cast, so it costs you no mana, and then proc your 4-piece, which your Rejuve doesn't do. So the number of reasons to cast regrowth is relatively high. You get a lot of good like secondary effects from casting it, and Rejuve is at this point, I think, most useful. Like when I cast Rejuve, most of the time that I'm casting it is either pre-hotting, because I think a lot of damage is about to come out, and I want to get as many hots out as possible, or for the sake of cultivation. I'm running a lot of mastery this season, so each additional hot increases my healing by quite a bit. And if somebody's already low health, if they got hit already, and they're sitting at 30% or whatever, and I can trigger cultivation by applying Rejuve on them, then if you put Rejuve on somebody, you put 2 hots on them. So now you've buttered them up for a big mastery heal. So a lot of times I will Rejuve somebody first, then like cast regrowth on them or swift mend or something in order to get more mastery at the start. So those would be really the 2 circumstances I use Rejuve now, is either pre-hotting if I think there's really big damage coming out and I have a lot of time to lead up to it, or if somebody's already low health and I want to get value out of the next few heals I cast on them, then I'll precede it with a Rejuve to get mastery stacks. God damn. This gets real barren when you go above 16s. How much does this actually increase my avoidance? 2% and change? I should probably change... No, I need Graceful Avoidance on Cloak to drop down in Azure Vault and not die. Well, I guess eventually I'm going to lose Avoidance on my helm because it's a normal helm, and I'm going to trade that out. When I do, I'll lose a pretty big chunk of Avoidance. But we may end up buying an Avoidance helm later. Avoidance works on fall damage? No, but the Cloak enchant. The Cloak enchant is like a 2-part thing. It gives you Avoidance, and then it also reduces your fall damage taken by 20%. So when I fall down in Azure Vault, I don't know if you live even without the Cloak enchant in cat form. I know I needed to have the Cloak enchant to survive when I did that shit on like what was it that I was doing that on? Evoker, maybe? No, it wouldn't have been Evoker because you could glide down. Mistweaver, maybe? I think I was playing Mistweaver in Season 1, and I had to have the Cloak Enchant or I died. Okay, yeah. So maybe I don't need it for... if I'm in cat form. What up, Kanar? Can I just use Parasol? Yeah, but... I don't wanna. I just want to jump off the side. Live my life. Dude, really? Like, just not even a single key, huh? On this beautiful Sunday afternoon. I guess Sunday evening, and, yeah, I guess it is Sunday evening. And it is raid time, isn't it? Ish. Because it's Sunday. Alright. Well, I was going to stick around and see if we could fire off a few more keys, but that doesn't seem like it's, going to happen. And the kids are home. So I should probably go spend some time with them. I haven't seen them. They've been at their dad's basically all week because Shauna's been gone. And I think they plan it out. Whenever Shauna's on a trip, I think she and the kid's dad basically plan it out to where the kids are going to end up with him the whole time. Even if the normal schedule would have them be over here. I think they're like, we don't really want to leave the kids with like just JB and make him solo parent them. So they end up being at their dad's like the whole week. So I haven't seen them in like 4 or 5 days. So I'll probably go spend a little bit of time with them. Then we go pick up Shauna. Catch up with her. She may pass out early as fuck actually tonight because she's been in the UK, so her sleep schedule is all fucked. So I suspect she may come home and just go out. But anyway, group's supposed to be back tomorrow. So we will hopefully slam a few more keys tomorrow morning. Then we got raid tomorrow. I don't know if we have the people to do Farak, or not Farak. We got to Sark. Couldn't kill him. I think either way, we're gonna go do Farak tomorrow. Normal Farak. Well, Mythic. Well, I shouldn't say no. Old. We'll do old Farak, Mythic, to get people their mounts. I don't know that we'll do anything else other than that. I'm not sure. But at least get some keys in tomorrow. And then next reset should start raiding with the new guild. So that'll be an exciting new chapter. And hopefully I don't play like shit. Which guild? It is Evolve on Draenor. I need to put in eye drops before I forget. World 30th, not bad. Yeah, they've been steadily improving. And I figure World 30th is about as high as I'm gonna go before you start running into the real sweat lords. Like this guild's still in that sort of environment where you raid a decent amount during progress, but it's not like day raiding, and you don't have to do any crazy. You know, they require you to have one alt, but they were telling me that like basically they don't expect you to gear up 2 characters each tier. You like play your main, and then you should have essentially leveled up your alt from the previous tier. So you'll do splits with whatever gear your alt has, like presuming you were able to gear it out in mythic gear from the previous tier. You'll just wear that for the beginning of progress. You'll come in and do splits with that character, play your main all season, and then once you've done progress, then you can start bringing your alt back to raid to start gearing it up for next tier, and you just kind of keep doing that cycle of like gear it up at the end, use the gear from the end of the tier to be the gear you use at the beginning of next tier, and then keep doing that. So hopefully it shouldn't require too much effort on the alt. Then I just get to play. Nobody else in that guild wants to play Resto Druid. That's part of the reason why they reached out to me, is because none of the other healers in that guild want to play Resto Druid. Like, none of them want to learn it. None of them play it right now, and none of them want to learn how to play it. So they were like, we need a Resto Druid. And I was like, I think I could do that for you. So I think the Resto Druid spot's locked up if we pass trial. And if we can continue finishing World 30th, or I mean, honestly, even like World, somewhere top 50 World, that will be probably over a month faster than I finished in my guild. I think this guild killed Farak like a month and a half before we killed Farak. It would be really nice to just be done with Prog. Because what tends to happen is that at the beginning of a tier, I'm okay with raiding. Because none of the bosses are taking more than like 40 or 50 pulls. But then you hit either a wall boss in the middle of a raid, like Painsmith or Halandris, or you hit one of the like last two bosses, and then those bosses start taking like 150, 200 fucking pulls. Or this tier where Tendril took like fucking 400 pulls. And then at that point, I'm like, fuck this shit. But then you're stuck doing that for like a month of just like extending, pulling the boss over and over and over and over and over and over and over. And that's the part of Prog I cannot stand. And so hopefully in a higher world rank guild, you burn through that part of the Prog faster. You just need less attempts. And even though you'll be rating more at the start, it'll end up being a lot less rating overall per tier. And then you can be done with it and move on with your shit. So hopefully it's a good situation. And hopefully I enjoy it. Yep. Anyway, hope you guys have fun watching. I have fun streaming as usual, primarily a Mythic Plus stream. So if that's something you're interested in or want to learn more about, hit the follow button. I will do my best to both educate and entertain you. And I will see you tomorrow.